24 on 24 gives me life, no other way to start the day. 24 on 24 makes it right. We don't care what they say. Carve the place out for us, because no one was a vibe. Finally a show to love. Fuck it, we'll do it live. It's not lonely at the top, 'cause everyone's right here. For us there's no hard stop. Forever in your ear. 24 on 24 gives me life, no other way to start the day. 24 on 24 makes it right. We don't care what they say. Copy me, I know you will. I do it first every time. Your shit is stale, no one cares, but he's gonna shine. I'm just a baby. Your dad loves me more. I say what everyone is thinking. Typical Fall River Heart. 24 on 24 gives me life, no other way to start the day. 24 on 24 makes it right. We don't care what they say. No more repos, mama got a bag. I do what I please and do it with ease. Number one show in all the land. Haters listen longer. Everyone say hi to Jim. Let's lock in. It's time to ride. Pack Ford over everybody. Now, 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 now. 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 Love for my besties and buddies.
All right, good morning. Good morning. Welcome to 24 on 24. I am your host, Jessica Machado. Good morning. Hi, how are we doing? Great. How's the chat? We're just asking early. Just in advance, we're going to ask how the chat's doing. Good morning. Well, what do you want me to do? I could. We're going to have a show. We're going to have a show. Let me give you some parameters. We're in the house. We're going downstairs. My sweet potatoes have already gone outside. Right, Reagan? Right, because you're the best people in the world. Good morning, sweet. Yes, yes, I love you. Yes. And Quincy? Yes. Okay. Good morning, Yowza. Have a good day. -1 out of whatever approachables that we're going. I'm following you. All right. We are, good morning. It's Monday. Good morning. Let's get in the car. The only proper way to do a show in the vehicle. All right. Starting to feel like the olden days. Starting to feel like the olden days. We have so many things. I don't have my agenda right in front of me, but it's in the house. We're going to do so we're going to go grab a coffee. We'll do a quick ride around just to make it worth my while being in the vehicle. And we're going to go do the show inside the house. We have a ton of things that we have to get over. I know why you're all here. I get it. I understand. We're not even going to fuck around and fool around and pretend and do all that stupid shit. Last night, somebody made a stupid decision. What do you want from me? Wasn't me. I didn't do it. It wasn't something I did. Wasn't my choice. Seatbelt for safety. All right. Oh, comments aren't on stage. Let's do that. All right. Good morning. So it's Monday morning. Let's run off the list of the things that we're. First of all, I hope you're all having a good start to your Monday morning. We are 1 week away from getting back to our regularly scheduled, actually, it's going to be a whole new thing. So Georgia starts school next week on Thursday. And as you know, I transport my child to school every day. And at some point during the school year, I will not be doing that. And she will be driving herself to school. But in the meantime, our schedule changed, our regularly scheduled 24 on 24. The 24 and 24, officially as a daytime show, started during the school year last year. And then when the school year ended, we were like, we've got to kind of mix it up a little bit. And that's when we started saying, hey, we're going to do studio stuff. And then we had this crazy bullshit thing happen. This real organic, not planned, taking out of Jess Machado happened. Totally, or could have never seen it coming. It really, nobody planned it. And we were like, oh, okay. So now we just got to struggle to get through life for 45 days. And then whatever, we're going to get into, we have to, with peace, calmness, reason, and not hate, correct narratives. We can do this in a better way. So anyway, it's kind of been a kind of weird summer. What do you do with what you had been doing every day and it's changing, not because you wanted to, but because your child is no longer going to school? We're not going to get in the car, get a coffee and drive all the way to Dayton every day just for the fuck of it, right? So then we decide to stay home. We start doing some shows from home. Without doing that, we would have never even had Boat. And so now we're getting back to what the fall is going to look like, which is we're going right back to it. It's going to be driving out every morning, getting a coffee, then coming in the house and picking up the show. So get real excited about that if you liked the original format of 24 and 24. And then just when we start getting ready for that and all excited for it and settling in, Georgia will be driving herself to school and we will be positioning ourselves to go back to inside home studio show. Okay. So that's just the basics of what we're doing here in 24 and 24. You may have noticed that the 24 and 24 show in the beginning does not have the video. Can you imagine? We had a small picture of a absolute menacing former Well, you're never a former. You're always a DUI recipient. We had a small picture of them in the middle of a song. The person got very upset because despite the fact that the individual says that they are proud of their DUI because it taught them a lesson, they don't want their DUI picture out there on my show every day. So they report it, right? So it gets reported. So Moons, who made the video, goes back and changes the video and puts like a monster emoji over her face. Well, apparently that's not enough. There is a small fraction of the corner of her forehead and her corner eye that you can still see. And she has continued to get angry about it. A disproportionate emotional reaction to this, considering that thing lives all over the internet. It's just me. She just doesn't want me to have it. So she keeps reporting it to YouTube. Nothing has happened. I have continued to respond and say like this. We're for good measure. Jenny, you win this one. Jenny, you win. Shucks, we're going to have to put a better emoji over your face. However, Moons, don't do anything yet. I'd like to pick the picture that goes over Jen Altman's face on our opening song. I would like to pick it. As a matter of fact, I already know what it's going to be. I will send it to you. Please fix it, and then we will just do it every day. It's the Streisand effect. Don't do it because you're going to hate the other thing more, basically, Karen. So I don't know. Good. I promise you, without violating anything related to YouTube, what I'm going to put in place of the corner sliver of your eye and head and hair is going to aggravate you every single time you watch my show, which is every single time. That's the other kicker. She watches and good morning, Jim. Everyone say hello to Jim. Hi, Jim. Every single time I'm here doing this, someone's vagina gets wet and she gets on in her little Audi, zoom, and is listening to me. Where are you this morning, baby? Where are you at? Where are you today? I don't know where you are. Maybe you're in bed with Steve, whatever. Either way, you're listening to me. That I know. I don't know anything else about you, bitch, but I know you're listening to this fucking show. Good morning, whore. Let's get a coffee. You know the kind. Jolene, relax. I'm going to say whole milk. Sit down, prepare yourself. You liberal fucking freak. Okay. I didn't know she was that liberal. I didn't know she was. Jolene went to a No Kings rally. Hi, I would love a large iced white chocolate pistachio made with whole milk. That's it for today. Thank you. I'm sorry, you went to a No Kings rally, you fucking weirdo? With a sign that says Trump rapes you. What the fuck is wrong? These crazy libs. Ugh. Sometimes I wish I had that knowledge in the beginning. Look at this. No line, straight for the window. Whew. Good morning. How are you? Good. Is that a new Victoria's Secret pink sweatshirt or is it like an older one? Dude, I was there the other day and their pink stuff is so good right now.
I'm so hyped about it.
Me
I have
too.
a huge, like, pink collection.
Dude, I used to be a manager for them, so I
Really?
have like older stuff. That's very similar to the old ones.
It is. I know. That's why I got this one. I loved it. And then I went to the flea market the other day.
Yeah, and
And-
Raynham?
Yes.
Yeah.
They had the cutest vintage stuff. It was like this booth. And I found 6 different things, literally like vintage. Like the
Yeah.
tag is vintage.
Yeah.
From, like, has to be from like the 90s.
Right.
So cute. There's
Really?
like butterflies and like, you know, the pop out kind of stitching?
Yes.
Like it's like a patchwork.
What? How were the prices?
They were like, I think my boyfriend ended up giving them like 25 for 3.
Wow.
And They're like, if you go on Depop and stuff like that,
Oh yeah.
it's like $30 a piece.
Holy shit.
You have to check it out. It was a new booth.
My son was literally just saying he wanted to go up there this past weekend. We didn't, but like it's on our agenda to get up
I
there.
love it over
I like going better in the fall anyway.
there. Yeah.
And my son's on Depop all the time. He buys jerseys on there. But
Oh, yeah.
we were in there the other day and they had the yoga pants with the fold down band.
Yeah.
I can't even
Pairs of
I cannot believe those are
I
back.
have so many of them.
Really?
They're my favorite pants.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's so great.
It's I don't know if he does that, your son, but have him check out Macari.
Oh yeah, he's on there too.
Me and
Yeah.
my boyfriend have so many jerseys that we got from Macari.
Yeah, he
We
does
have,
too.
like, a collection of those too.
I know he's got like 20 now. It's getting them for a good price, like $20 for a
And
jersey.
they look super good. Like,
Yeah.
hung up. We have ours hung up on the wall.
He just started. He's like, I don't know what do I do with mine. I was like, you got to hang them. So,
We have
it's so
How old is
funny.
your son?
20.
Oh yeah, once he gets like his own house and stuff,
Yeah.
have a man cave.
Like my husband has.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we want to
Goals.
do.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll have a straw. Oh, thanks, babe.
Good.
Yeah, it's good. Thanks. Have a great day. All right. Good morning. When someone asks the question, is this what you do on your show? You drive around and you just talk and yes. Yep. Turns out this is an award-winning morning production. This actually works. You know why? Because it's just fucking real, which whatever. Anyway, we're not even going to get into that. Coffee on point. Coffee's great. Great convo at the window. Everything's okay. All right. Anyway, so we're going to go back to 24 on 24 regular style, literally in another week. We're going to be driving Georgia to school. There's that. All right. So let's go over a quick agenda for today. We're going to discuss the weekend. So let's go over what we did this weekend, right? Saturday night. We're going to discuss let me see. We're going to discuss the Lindsay Clancy case and why I am not covering it. We're going to discuss there's two versions of that. We're going to discuss the regular version, and then we're going to discuss the just for Aiden version. Okay. So we're going to discuss, Lindsay Clancy case, why I'm not covering it. And then we're going to discuss it for Aiden. All right. We're going to do it that way. Okay. And then for the most part, for whatever I think is the meat and potatoes of 24 on 24 today, we're going to discuss Aiden's show last night and how whatever parts relate to me. Okay. And we're going to get to all of those things as soon as possible. We're not going to wait. So we're going to drive around right now and we're going to talk about the Lindsay Clancy portion of this. Now, there may be other things that we have to get to once we get back to the home studio. Who knows? But I know why there's a lot of you here this morning, and it's because you absolutely adore me. And the rest of you are here because you want to know exactly how I'm going to react to what Aiden did last night, which was make a very stupid decision. You know what I mean? Like he made a really dumb choice. And the number one reaction to that is no kidding. No kidding. That's what he did. This is what he does. He makes absolutely stupid choices. Have you watched him ever? Have you been following Aiden Carney for a bit or once or twice? Chances are every time you've watched him, he has made a dumb choice. It's not breaking news. I have a theory about this. You want to get to that first? Here's my theory. My theory is this. Now, when I was friendly with Aiden. I observed him function, his day-to-day trials and tribulations. I was privy to those things. And there's two parts to this. So I watched here, I want to explain this. When things started to go sour with Meredith O'Neill, there was one thing that could be done. He could just never say anything and never say a word. And in fact, that is what was kind of what was happening, right? It was nothing. He was going to say nothing. They were just going to break up. Everything was going to be okay. But Meredith obviously had in her vengeance and revenge for breaking up with her. And alongside of that emotion, she had a lot of inside information about Aiden, including a phone extraction, right? And amongst other things. And Aiden could not live with knowing that she had that, whatever she had on him. And he knew her and he knew that she was going to share it. He knew that she was going to get him, right? Like there's no way, like she wasn't going to. Was there ever a thought that she was going to take, I wouldn't even say the high road, like take another path, so to speak? Was there ever any, we have to put this on Do Not Disturb. Was there ever any chance that she was just going to move on with her life? Well, first of all, based on previous boyfriend experience, I would say the answer to that is no. But I think just the way that, like, there was some obviously Pizza Allen right there in a sweatshirt and a hard hat. There you go, ladies. Go get him. I just think there was no way she was just going to go quietly. And he knew that. And he knew, like, that things that she had could embarrass him. And Aiden likes to control women, people, mostly women. And what he did was he did the Valid Truth journey because he was tired of waiting for her to do everything. So in the ultimate last attempt to control Meredith O'Neill, he did the Valid Truth journey for no reason other than to, like, extract from her arsenal. Like, he had no real reason to do what he did. Like, yes, there is a fragile ego in there that absolutely must go out and cry and have leverage over any situation. Yes, he definitely wants everybody to make sure you hear how he frames the story of this relationship. But he didn't have to do what he did. But he did because he wanted to control the timing of when Meredith unleashed whatever it was that she had. Now, I don't know the exact timing of when everything came out or whatever, but it worked. It worked. It really came to a head. It really turned into an absolute disaster. It turned into at his own direction, because he's not going to go on with his life and move on and wait for Meredith to pick and choose when she decides to start coming out and dropping videos of him crying on the floor or parts of his phones. No, he's not going to let her control anything. He's going to control it. So he couldn't live with what was happening, which was waiting around for the other shoe to drop, so to speak. It's just a theory. This is just a small little theory I have. He wanted to always be in control. And while everybody is sitting there and thinking in those moments that Aiden is the victim, right? At the time when things went crazy, it was all by design. Take it from the girl who knew when he was doing it and what he was thinking of doing it. Like, it was, I watched this behind the scenes. There was no reason for him to do a valid truth journey on Meredith O'Neill. He didn't need to do it, but he wanted to make sure he got her to react, to drop everything, get it all over with, control it all, handle it all. But more importantly, it's on his time and his terms, right? It worked. So what do you think is happening right now? He's doing a valid truth journey about Jessica Machado, and he thinks that I'm just going, because I've talked about it. I said I observed things, I observed behaviors, I have watched him for almost 2 years. I want to be able to tell my take on being on the inner circle, so to speak, of the life of Aiden Carney. Isn't that sound like something you would all want to know, right? And so he knows one day I'm going to talk about conversations I had with him. He knows that one day I'm going to share what it was like to watch a person like that make decisions in real time and just be like completely flabbergasted. He knows. So what does he want to do? He wants me to do it now, on his terms, on his time. Now, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. You think I'm doing it? No way. No way. So, you know, I will leave the theories about what has happened to me and Aiden Carney to the one and only Spicy Misty. Okay. There is nobody else. Is Spicy Misty here? She is here. If I could give any feedback to Spicy Prison Misty, it would be, give us multiple theories, Queen. Don't just give us the one theory. Give us a couple of theories about why it's happening. I'm all in on whatever you say. I believe them. I believe everything you say, Spicy Misty. However, I think that people deserve a couple of theories about why this has happened to me. I don't know if you're busy. I don't know if you have time, but could you put some things together? I'm joking. She's been preparing for this for months. I think you need to look at a couple of theories as to why this even happened, because obviously all of you who are here right now listening know I didn't do anything to this man. If we are going by exactly what was stated, which again, I love when people want to like glaze over timelines. I love when they want to just be like, we're just going to ignore exactly like the truth. This started with Aiden and me never saying a word about Aiden Carney at all in a negative way. This started when I was going to bat for Jessica Walsh by making fun of the broken baker in a span of like 2 weeks. And Aiden was like, everybody stop. This is the theory we're supposed to believe. The theory is, everybody stop. I'm fighting for my life. Pause. Everybody stop. I'm fighting for my life out here. All of my timeline is just this bullshit Jess Machado Baker drama. Stop it. And let's get back to work. Let's talk about my court cases, right? Focus. This should be your only focus, Will. Jessica, everybody, Baker, stop. Okay, let's believe that theory. Why haven't you adhered to it, sir? Why hasn't anybody adhered to it? If this was supposed to be it, if this was supposed to be the reason, which it's clearly obvious that this is not it, right? Everybody should be talking about Aiden's case, but let's just say nobody adhered to it. Let's just say nobody was just like, dude, fuck it. You can't. Let's say let's go back in history and say on that bro stream, Will didn't do what Aiden say. He didn't cave. And Will was like, fuck you, dude. It's my show. It's my platform. I can't make my whole life about you, which I think he even uttered these words. And then his balls didn't shrink up, 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 up. And he just held his ground, right? The only person that should have adhered to the request to focus on the 90-year proposition that is out there by the Commonwealth is Aiden Carney himself. Has he done that? No, he hasn't. He is literally doing exactly what he said everybody else couldn't do. Was it a control situation where he wanted to control Puppet Master? Who knows? I think it's a completely different thing, which is Aiden saw me going after at the time, well-liked content creator in this circle and saw the perfect opportunity to take me out. And the reason he needed to take me out is because before I had a YouTube channel, before I sold $10,000 worth of merch, before I started to get the morning views that were cutting into Bus Stop Live, I was not a threat to him financially or in the realm of popularity or in the realm of views. And then somewhere along the way, when he wasn't paying attention, I turned out to be all of that. And he said to himself, she pushes boundaries all the time, but this one here I can exploit. This one here I can turn into something really big. And I can do this and I can take her out. And I can really kind of push her out of the way. It should be easy. She's going to fold. She's going to cry. And let's do it. So he does the bro stream. I mean, we don't even really have to look too far. He literally said on the exit interview, I just wanted to do what I did with Will, right? He had this all planned. And I think what he thought was it would be I think he just never knew me at all. Like, tell me you haven't watched my show without telling me you haven't watched my show. And I think he thought like he was going to kind of like push me back a little bit. I think he thought that I was going to get weak. I think he thought that I was just going to be like, okay. And I'm not going to talk about Baker. I'm going to talk about you. And what does that equate to, by the way? What does talking about Aiden's court cases do for Will and for Baker and for anybody for that matter? Anybody taking a look at their shows when they're talking and going over his court documents? Now, court days notwithstanding, but what happens when Jess Machado was talking every day, really fighting for her life out in the YouTube streets in the Baker situation? Lots and lots of views. What happens when the Baker did it? Lots and lots of views. What happened when everybody was talking about it? Lots and lots and lots of views. What happens when they all got their fucking marching orders and they had to go back and talk about Aiden's case? Nobody fucking cares. Nobody's watching. Nobody's watching them do it. That's God bless Will. Will knew. Will's like, nobody fucking don't get the views when I'm serious. I don't get the views when I'm talking about you avoiding jail, dude. Nobody cares. So, like, he wants you to do it because he just doesn't want you to do well. He doesn't want you to do well. He doesn't want you to get the views. He doesn't want this whole other ecosystem of like what was happening between me and Baker to keep distracting people, which means giving them the views. So he wanted me to just be like, why aren't you covering my case, Jessica? Because he knows more than anybody that when people cover his case, they don't get fucking views. So he was basically telling me, stop getting all these views and go get no views. And I get it that most women and most people listen to what he says, but by watching the exit interview again last week, which was really important with my lovely panel of women, I think it's very obvious that things went off the rails because I was like, the fuck, I'm going to do what you say, dude. I don't tell me what to do. Have you ever heard the show before? Do you not understand? Right on cue. Good morning, Patrick. Everybody stop what you're doing and say good morning to the Bunny King. Just give him the adulation that he deserves. Like, don't tell me what to do. Not only don't tell me what to do, but don't demand that I go on a public platform on a show and be told what to do. Because to some degree, I will give it to him. He's right. Like, it wasn't like it was because it was a man telling me what to do. Just don't tell me what to do. What you watched in real time was defiance. The fuck you think you are telling me what to do? Who the fuck do you think you are? You're literally nobody to me. You're not in charge of me. You're not the boss of me. But that's anybody that tells me that. It's not just you. It's anybody. So, like, it was a recipe for an absolute fucking disaster, right? So he says it multiple times. He just wanted to do what he did with Will. He wanted to come on. Listen, you and I all know it. There is a hierarchy here. And the hierarchy is that Aiden is at the top. Okay. And everybody else is below him. Okay. And he wanted to make sure in the exit interview that he was on top and that he could tell me what to do. And that man in real time, you observed him not knowing what to do when I didn't do it. From not wanting to replay the show from the day before, from me not wanting to even go over what he wanted to go over. You watched him crash out in real time, get aggravated, get agitated because I wasn't going to fall in line. Like, the first 4 minutes of Will's bro stream, but then Will caved. So has this ever happened before where somebody is basically like with kindness and like their own fucking like morals in the situation, just be like, yeah, no, man, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing it. Like, he doesn't know how to handle that. But also, like, I wasn't crashing out either. Like, yes, I cried a couple times, but like, I'm not going to go like nuclear on you. I get it. You want something and you're not getting it. That's a tough situation to be in, especially on a live stream. I get it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't do what you wanted me to do, but I wasn't going to do it. So then the exit interview was framed by him as, this is healthy and normal. We're going to talk it out, right? This is normal. We're going to do, this is the right thing. This is what you do. And then he bookends it with, that was productive. It was good, right? Everybody, it was good until he actually gets off the internet for the day and comes back. And the comment section is just like, yeah, actually, dude, that was fucking gross. And it was not good at all. And you didn't need to do that. And you dropped the words emotional manipulation when a woman organically cried on a stream when you talked about trauma that you inflicted upon her. And now what he wanted it to be, which was a controlled situation where he got what he wanted out of me, which was to do what he said. Not only did I not do what he said, but it didn't actually look that way to the general population. And now he's like, now fucked again. Now what do you do with Jessica Machado after she does what she wants, after she becomes her own person, after she has people liking her, after she has a solid platform in less than a year, 11,000 subs, making some decent money, selling some merch, what do? Well, you destroy her, obviously. You put out the word, and believe me, I know because I was part of the network of people that were told what to do. You put out the word, you start putting the worms in people's ears. Sometimes it's subtle, sometimes it's not. And you start formulating a movement to get the fuck rid of me. Nobody who has been watching things for the past 2 months could say that this wasn't a pylon and a movement. And it was all orchestrated by Aiden Carney. Okay. Now, phase like 14 of that whole plan is where we are right now, because every single solitary phase that has been cultivated by this man to take me out, force me off the internet, ruin my channel, stop my income, have people hate me, has not worked. Maybe it has, but I am a stubborn bitch and I don't want to give in. I will go out fucking screaming. Okay. Baker himself said it, where he's just like, usually what happens in these situations, he says these words. Usually what happens is someone is a lolcow and like, they go into hiding and then they come back and they apologize and they got a smaller channel and nobody watches. Didn't work. Didn't work. Did not work. Bitch is still here. He literally said that, like, she's still here. So now what do you do? Now, what do you do? Now, it's basically we're in the situation where he's just like, fuck it. I will do it myself. You all are a bunch of failures. You're all failures. You can't do anything right. You can't, the whole goddamn group, you cannot do anything. I'll do it myself. How are we going to start? We're going right for the jugular. We're going straight for Meowser, and we're just going straight for his son. What else? What can you do? I know. Let's pull out some divorce documents. Let's go over this. But let's go over it with confidence, even though this man knows absolutely nothing. I actually was a little disappointed in this part of it. I couldn't believe that he was cultivating narratives about like my husband's divorce with such confidence, without anything, without knowing any of it. How could you? Why would you do that? I'm going to come on my show today. I'm going to go through all of it and I'm just going to be like, okay, well, yes, he said this, but here's this, or let me explain this. And so we're currently in the phase of you guys, like you guys, I mean, like Will, Jimmy, Baker, Expert, all these people, you all suck. I tasked you with taking this fucking bitch out. It's been 2 months. Not only did it not work, bitch went on vacation and she came back happier. And we're not going to allow, he will not allow it. He won't allow a female to get one on him. And it's not even that. I'm literally just doing my own thing. I'm literally just striving every day. You know what I mean? Like, so this is the phase that we're currently in right now. And it is the unbothered, don't care phase. And we're watching it in real time. So last night we saw a man make a choice, right? He made a choice to show that his whole feelings or his whole statements about we don't have to go crazy when a relationship, friendship ends. We can just go off and do our own thing. Where we watched him contradict himself in real time. For a person, now keep in mind, okay, even if you want to say that our relationship wasn't like a good relationship, whatever, there is a list of things that I have done for this man, right? There is a list of things that I've done for him. And all of those things were not enough to stop him from bringing up my husband's divorce and his son. Nobody is safe from this man's choices to hurt people. Nobody. Because as I clearly just stated, and we went back to the beginning, I didn't do anything to him. I had never uttered a bad word about Aiden Carney. And he did this to me. So nobody is safe from this person. Nobody stands a chance. And you have to wonder what makes a person sit on a live stream and knowingly and do what he did last night and watch him do it to hurt. And I can't begin to like figure out what Aiden is or who he is or I've tried for 2 years. I've tried. I just want everybody to know I'm not surprised at this. There's no like, I can't believe like it's gotten to this point. It was always going to get to this point. It's going to get worse, actually, right? It's going to get worse. He is going to probably come close to like destroying like my personal reputation out here on these YouTube streets. Spicy Misty agrees. It's going to get a lot worse. If I spent 2 years watching his behaviors, I also spent 2 years watching the behaviors of his victims. And I think one of the things that and by the way, I don't necessarily put myself in the same situation as the people that have been victimized by him, because I have to say that I believe, like, obviously I'm thinking of Meredith first here, but Meredith is not without like no guilt here, right? Meredith, I'm not sure if she's listening, but would obviously have to agree that she partook in behaviors and things that also were inappropriate. So I can't really think of like everybody else. The Roccos come to mind. The Roccos come to mind as being in a similar situation as me, which is didn't really do anything to this man, but became like really like targeted or whatever. And the reason why they were targeted and all of those things, like I think were kind of, I can't be in the same category as Meredith or whatever. I can't be in the same category as Lindsay or Leah or those women. But let's just, I didn't do anything to him, right? He's going to, and is currently already after last night, doing what he does to people that he hates, people that he feels have done him wrong. I just want you to perpetually ask yourself as he is doing this, what did Jess Machado do to Aiden Carney? Okay. I will take every hater and every person who dislikes me to come forward of what they think I did to cause him to want to do the exit interview and everything that he's done after. I'm asking anybody, come forward and tell me, what did I do to him to be put on the fast track to what he's doing right now, which is the same thing he does to everybody he hates. The answer to that, I believe, is absolutely nothing other than to thrive, to become popular, to be making money, to have influence over a large group of people. And that needed to stop because that control over me didn't exist. That he had no control over me. So Will can get big and Will can have followers and influence, but he controls Will. Will is not a free thinker, right? Baker can get more popular in this little Karen Reed area where he doesn't really even go here. But he knows that he is going to take cues and direction from Aiden. So Aiden will allow you to thrive, right? And you saw what happened to Nurse Kim where she tried to get out. He got her back in, right? You can be there, Kim. but you've got to be aligned with him. You've got to do it, right? But what do you do about a situation where you have a woman like me who is here, who is thriving, who has the bunnies, who has a really great show going, who's out here just making a living, and you don't talk about his court documents. You don't discuss what everybody else is doing. He's got a whole network of people talking about him, but here's this bitch over here doing chat roulette, driving around in a car getting coffee. She's not even, how dare she even be part of this and not do what everybody else is doing? And so it just basically got time. It got time to just knock this shit off, especially when he's out there fighting for his life. The fuck this bitch is going to go out here and have fun? The fuck this bitch is going to go out here and have a good show? And how the fuck dare she? Not happening. Time to destroy. So it really isn't that deep. It is, but and I will leave it to Spicy Misty to really kind of walk it through it. She's been doing it on Moons' show. She's going to do it herself, which I think she has every right to do. I think it's pretty obvious, right? And so there's that. And now what he wants to do is he wants to claim that last night he had no choice but to do this because my husband is being my husband, right? And change the timeline. You can't. Aiden brought up Alex, right? Now, Jeff wouldn't know about it, but I told him about it because I really do believe anything that involves him and his son. And there's a couple other things that I always think like Jeff needs to know about. Like we can't tell Jeff everything that goes on the internet because he doesn't have the fucking bandwidth. He doesn't care, right? But Aiden brought up Jeff. And he brought up Alex and that my husband doesn't see his son. Now, he would know that if he listened to my show because we talked about it one day, like for hours, right? So somebody finally either told him or somebody was just like, you got this or whatever. Or maybe he kind of heard it or knew. And then he was like, well, let's do what we do with everybody. When we find a weak moment, we find a soft spot in their life, we're going to go extract everything we can from it. And we're going to go exploit the fuck out of it. And we're going to like get out there and embarrass them on the internet, right? The only problem with that, Aiden, is that you did that to me in 2020 with your blog. And so I possess a specific skill set where when you do things like that, it doesn't hit the way that you think it does. That doesn't make me embarrassed. That doesn't sting the way your blog did in 2020. It doesn't do that. So it's almost like that weapon doesn't work on me. And furthermore, I have my own platform. I have my own show where I can counterpoint every single solitary thing that you said last night. And I can correct your misinformation. And I can let the general public of the consumers of our products make their own decision, who, by the way, 50% of them have also gone through a dirty divorce, right? 50% of them have also had to be divorced. 50% of those people watching last night have documents just like the ones that you showed on screen. You know who else does? You do. Your divorce agreement looks very, very similar to Aiden's divorce agreement. I mean, to Jeff's divorce agreement. It's no different. So what's wild to me is that you do this thing last night and it's almost like you completely forgot who you're talking to. I learned from you. I know how this goes. You're out there last night like kind of giddy. You're pulling up my husband. First of all, you think I don't know those documents exist? You think I never had a conversation with my husband about like one day, someone is going to pull up your divorce documents and I'm going to have to speak to them? Did I ever think it was going to be the guy that I gave up my seat in the courtroom to? No, I didn't. But to watch you with confidence, like joke about how like, oh, my husband's ex like had to like keep her on her health insurance and you're laughing. What? Okay. I mean, like, can you imagine? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, whatever. We're at home. We're gonna go in the house. We're gonna discuss. You know, I'm a human being. I'm human. I'm just human. I'm just a baby. And I was obviously privy that he was going to like go on about us last night. It sounded to me, I don't know when it was, the day before or whatever, it sounded to me like he had court docs, sounded to me like he was getting his bearings about him and he was going to start discussing them. Like it kind of like made me feel like I knew what he was going to be doing or whatever. He started his show, you know, basically I had someone alerting to me of when he started discussing. I said I wasn't going to watch. And then I turned it on because I'm not going to like, we're not going to pretend. We're not going to pretend. Okay. I said I wasn't going to watch. I'm like, I'm not watching. I'm not going to watch. And then I was like, I'm going to watch. And so I turn it on and I'm watching and I'm listening and I got very frustrated. I was resisting the urge to just do a show right then and there, like turn on my screen and be like, okay, he just said this. Can I just tell you that that's not true? Or like, can I tell you, he just said this. I'd like to share with you something that he hasn't shared, like, so you can get the whole picture. And so I was resisting the urge in the moment to counterpoint him. And then I was like, just relax. You don't have to do it yet. I wasn't angry. I wasn't embarrassed. I wasn't like panicking. I wasn't going to text him and be like, shut it down. Like, I didn't do any of those things. We let him cook. Let him fucking cook. Do it. Do it. Bring it all. Get everything. You're not even done. Bring more. There's more. Go get everything. Get it all out. Because guess what? I can do that too. I can extract from you everything that you got on me, and I can watch you put it all out. And then when your arsenal is empty, then maybe I'll take action. Then maybe I'll come talk. Then maybe I'll do my valid truth journey. You're not getting it out of me, dude. I'm not doing it. Not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. You know what I do think you should be doing? I think you should be focusing on your case. I also think you should shut up about it. I think you should stop showing the Commonwealth, who is watching every fucking show you do, Stop talking to them about your case and what you're doing. Stop talking about your strategy to like really show what the rolling rally was, right? Like, and that stop it. Can't you ever just shut the fuck up? Can you ever just shut your fucking mouth, dude, and like keep shit like quiet? Can you just like not? You can't, because you're addicted to the reaction of the crowd. You're addicted to the chat. You're addicted to the people responding to what you say, and you can't stop yourself. I have so many other things that we're going to say. We're going to go in the house, but like also, so we're going to, two things we're going to do. We're going to talk about the Lindsay Clancy case and why I'm not covering it anymore. And there's bits and pieces of that are all kind of been out there. But I've learned, this is something I haven't always done right, is I can't just like by the seat of my pants, just like say, oh yeah, I'm not going to do this or whatever. The internet takes everything extremely literally. And nobody takes it more literal than the haters. So they will take something that I say, which I am saying with just the most casual abandon, and they will take it and they will turn it into like a whole goddamn thing. And so, Jessica, you cannot be that irresponsible with your words. You have to actually kind of like put it all together properly. The first time, I'm going to be coming back and doing this Lindsay Clancy explanation for like the 40th time, but we're going to put it all together. But we're going to discuss that. And we're going to discuss Aiden talking about what I should have been doing with the Lindsay Clancy case and why I think he's just absolutely crazy for saying these things. And then we're going to pull up Aiden's stream from last night and we're going to correct some of the things that he said so that like it doesn't continue to perpetuate without like the other side of it. We are not going to drop bombs. We are not going to tell stories about him. We are not going to give tea. We are not going to, we're not doing it. So if you're here for that and you're waiting for that, you're going to be waiting a long motherfucking time. So it's never happening. Okay. Now, if there was a time where it was going to happen, where I'd like to fucking say something about something, right? Which would have been the perfect time, would have been last night. Because talking about my husband and what happened with his son it's family. It's my family, right? And so, yes, it is definitely something that could call for a reaction, but not doing it. I'm actually going to do exactly what Aiden lied to all of you and said he was going to do, which was we don't have to have a blow up and everything went well. We did it all well. I'm going to do what he said he wasn't going to do. I mean, what he said he was going to do. He said it didn't have to get crazy. You can end a relationship and you don't have to go like all nuclear. It looks to me like the only person who's going nuclear is Aiden Carney. I'm over here writing songs. I'm over here just fucking doing whatever I want. And this guy is over here literally bringing up my husband's divorce documents.
They call me Old Money Aiden, right after they call my docket. Chains around my hands by Gucci, they shine bright when they lock it. Paid for that new car in cash, baby, the prettiest red you've ever seen. Where did the money come from? On the back of Karen Reed. Boys, I'm fighting for my life. Boys, all I want is all your cash. Boys, I hate you, but I need you. Boys, every one of you are trash. Look at my expensive website that crashes each time you click. Get rich and pay, you can't avoid the ads. Sorry, pores can suck my dick. Don't ask me where your money goes. You will never ever know. Violating bail at D&E Pizza. Back to court I go. Jesus girl, you make 10K a month, let me see. Let's give this turtle chat a whirl. Fake abortions, they ain't free. You see, I'm old money right here. Look at this fancy camera and sound. The production is so top tier. Just wait a sec while I fix it now. Boys, I'm fighting for my life. Boys, all I want is all your cash. Boys, I hate you, but I need you. Boys, every one of you are trash. Ignore every bad decision I make, violating bail every time I'm mad. Case after case without a care. Menopausal women pay my tab. Boys, each and every one of you. Boys, no subs I will ever miss. Boys, First Amendment and all of that. Boys, you finance all of this.
What? Shut up and take it and die in a hole. Good morning. What? Fuck that song. Listen, I've explained this to you. When people are mean to me, I make songs. It makes me feel better. That's, you shouldn't get mad at that. That's just funny. That's just comedy. Is it my favorite song? Yeah, it's my favorite one. Was Doughboy my favorite song? Yeah. And then I made that one. And now I'm fighting for my life pours. Jazz hands the whole time. You know there's going to be jazz hands. You know, when Jessica Walsh, she has a fan and it's got money. She's all right. I love all of you, but I've got to take the comments off the stage now that I'm here. Hold on. We've got to do this. I'm fighting for my life pours. That's better. It's not that great. We may need to do this today. We even have a pours man up in the corner. Look at him. All right. So good morning. Hi, we're inside. So let's discuss a couple things. My Venmo is at the bottom of the screen. Please support everything that I do. We have people out here who clearly don't want me to do well. Speaking of that, let's read. We have some jewels. Thank you for those, bestie. Bunnies rule, turtles drool became a YouTube member. Well. Thanks, Belinda. Patrick Ford. Told you, bunnies, everything would be okay with him. Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate you. Okay, so let's at first talk about the Lindsay Clancy case. So there were a couple of statements. I don't know if I should bring it up because I don't want to really bring up everything. The Lindsay stuff can stand on its own. Let me discuss. So Aiden has been going off on this whole tangent where he believes that I should just, let's find it. Let's do it this way. You're right. We're here. We can, let's just do it this way, Jessica Machado. I'm fighting for my life pours. Let's go here. The chat would know where was he discussing me doing the Lindsay Clancy? Oh, I can't. It was Bus Stop Live, I think, right? All right. So let's we'll get this queued up.
he should Jeffica and discuss why he thinks you should have been raped in prison. We'll talk about Jeffica. We'll definitely talk about Jeffica. Boston strong people. Okay.
I just want to let you know, Aiden, he doesn't know you talked about him last night. He doesn't know. He doesn't know about your nickname. He'll never know. He only knows what I tell him. He does not pay attention. So unless I tell him, he will never hear any of this. But I also will warn you, he won't care. Like not in a way like beyond like talking about it on my show. The man just doesn't care. He'll never hear your stupid nickname.
All this stuff coming up.
We do have a nickname for you though.
We still have my trial.
Oh,
Really
God.
Turtle Riders, right?
Shut up, dude.
I'm so successful now. She went for 2 days.
All
Like
right.
you have to pick somebody that kind of looks like you. I'm not saying I look like Lauren Matthias there. Took a picture with her. Had a great time. By the way, Lauren Matthias texted me back. I'll read the most recent Lauren Matthias text.
Go ahead.
She said, let's see what she said. All right, this is Thursday. She texted me. She goes, if you didn't read my texts online or go off topic,
Okay.
like you have to pick somebody that kind of looks like you, that we should have a conversation. That's like Jeffica taught you well. These are just mooches. Okay.
Hold on.
And by the way, she's completely misinterpreting the Bunions are misinterpreting what I said. Cause I went on my sex cult and the Bus Stop Live the other day, members only. And I was like, she's out here bragging. Like she's like,
We'll get to that. We'll get to it. It's okay. You can go backwards. We get it. We understand. All right, let's we don't normally do this. We don't normally do this, but we're going to do it for this one. Okay. So let's start with this part because it
like, I'm killing it. I'm making 10 grand a month. And things are going so great. And I'm like, first of all, you're acting like you're rich.
okay. I love that he tries to talk about this again and it never changes. He continues to say that I think $10,000 a month from YouTube, which by the way, it's not every month. That is a lot of money. It is. It is. I don't know why you have some sort of a problem hearing yourself and what you're saying. Sir, it is a lot of money to talk on the internet in my car when I go get a coffee from Society. It is a stupid amount of money to do that. For the amount of effort that I put into it, it is crazy. So yes, why you continue, you said it. We wrote a song about you, making fun about how you're talking, how everybody is like, I wish I was making $10,000 a month at home, not working for somebody else. You talk about it again and you double down on it because you can't unring the bell. You already said it.
Like you're acting like, I'm killing it. I'm so successful. She says, I'm like,
I am. I am. And I am. This is.
chill. You're
Why?
making 10 grand a month. That I know that's a lot for you.
It's a lot for everybody. It's a lot for everybody. It's a lot for everybody. I don't have a college degree. I have lupus, which I can't work really a regular job. It's a lot for me. Why are you acting like it isn't? You sound stupid. You sound mean. You sound like a snob. How much money were you making in the first year you started your YouTube channel, Aiden? What was it like when you were new money? How did you feel when you got your first paycheck from doing a YouTube show for a month? What was that like? What were those feelings? Do you need to get dragged back down to your roots? Do you need to be reminded of where you started and where you came from? if this is success, I don't want to ever be at this. I would never be, obviously. I don't have the same like moral like fibers in my body that this man does. But if that's how you act when you have money, when you're making $25,000 every month on YouTube, who wants to be like that? Who wants that? Who wants to act like this?
Because you've never made that much money in your life. That's why you're getting your car repoed.
I have never made that kind of money in my life. I haven't. I love watching you go all in on getting my car repoed and all of those things like that. It shows me that you don't know me. It shows me that you don't know the story. It shows me when you keep talking. First of all, I don't have shame about when we were broke, because it was a time where two things happened. One, I got sick. And two, I asked my husband to give me a chance to do what I'm doing now. I asked my husband if I could try journalism. It's always what I wanted to do. It's on record years and years and years ago where I want to be on TV. I want to be a news anchor when I was a kid. My kids were older or getting older. Georgia was going into high school. And that was the sweet spot when the youngest child was in high school, where they were going to have friends and boyfriends and sports and jobs and things like that, where my like full-time job of being a parent was going to start looking like less and less of like that on hands-on daily stuff, is when I decided that I wanted to try the journalism. And there are plenty of success stories of people who are multimillionaires today who will tell you the story about the day that they started something, they had no money in their bank account. There are tons of success stories out there of people who are wildly successful, who talk about living on the floor of a friend's house out in Hollywood trying to make it big. There are plenty of stories of people that I know, like my baby daddy that you make fun of in here, who grew up in a project with absolutely no money whatsoever, no food, and turned out to be a wonderfully successful businessman who sold his business for $1 million, which isn't a lot of money, but for a guy who grew up in a project, it is. And guess where I grew up? A project. So there are plenty of success stories of people that had nothing, and eventually turned it into something. And I know you don't love yourself because you told me you don't. I love me. And one of the things I love most about me is my success story. However fleeting it may be, I think there's always this cloud of doom that hangs over me where I think it could be taken away at any second, especially when you have people like pulling at your heels to try to get you. But I also feel that even if it does go away, I've learned that I can make something out of nothing. And I'm not as worried as I used to be. I am, but I'm not. And anyway, let's keep.
Because you have poor people. Like, she's claiming that I'm saying that making $10,000 a month means you're poor. No, I'm saying what I said in the rant, if you actually play it,
I did,
was that she acts like 10 grand a month is like hitting the jackpot because she has poor people mentality, because her whole life she has been a leech.
That's not true. My whole life, I've been a mom, stay-at-home mom. That's all I ever wanted to do. That's all I ever cared about. And that was my job. 2 generations ago, that was the only job women had. I just never left that place. That's where I want to be. I've always wanted to be a stay-at-home mom. I was not leeching, trying to get money from people to go on vacations, to go and I don't even know. Like, I'm just, Keep going.
right?
Cook.
That's why she's getting her car repoed. And that's why Jeffica is telling her, good job, honey, getting in that car and not letting the repo guy get you. Because that's like Jeffica taught you well, you know?
Sir, my husband has been at his job for 10 years and he never takes a day off. Never. My husband wakes up every single solitary day and never misses a day of work. He works a regular blue collar job, gets up every day and goes and works for a multi-billion-dollar company as a blue collar worker. My husband wears jeans and construction boots, a polo shirt, and a hat. And he drives a company fucking truck, pickup truck. And he goes out every single day for the past 10 years and works for this company. Before that, he worked for another company for 11 years. He's 43. Okay. So, and then before that, he worked for another company. And before that, he was in the Army. So if you want to make fun of my husband, you there are things you could make fun of, right? There are things you could make fun of. You're choosing to talk about things that just aren't even true. But my husband is not a grifter. My husband is very hardworking and he enjoys doing it.
Oh, these are just mooches, right? These are just moochy people. So for her, earning 10,000.
He's saying that because he's already found court documents that he thinks prove that my husband did that. This is actually crazy to me because this guy's, how long has he been doing this? How long has he been doing this? 10 years. You've been doing this for 10 years and you are getting it wrong. How long has he been doing YouTube presentations like this? You've been doing this. Let's just say you've been doing it for 5 years and you're getting it wrong though. Like this is rookie moves. These are rookie moves. By the way, can you go get a job? Can you get up every day, put on a pair of jeans and a pair of construction boots and get out there and get into a company truck and go out there and do real man work? No.
$1 a month legitimately, which she did. This is legitimate money. She's not stealing, whatever. To her, that's like so rich. And I'm like,
First of all, it is a lot of money for someone who doesn't have a college degree. Okay. If I can manage to squeeze out $100,000 from YouTube this year, that's a fucking ton of money for a bitch who didn't go to college, right? Number one. But number two, my husband has a job. My husband has a job that we were able to live off of. So if you think that we were living off of Jeff's salary, and now we have my salary. Do I feel rich? Yes. Yes, I do. I feel like it's great. However, there's a big reality to that. At the end of every I paid the first quarter. I take a huge chunk of that money. I pay my fucking taxes. And also, I'm unfortunately believe this is going to put us into a completely different tax bracket next year. And I think that's going to impact my kids' financial aid for college. So like this, I don't want to get into my personal business like that much.
all I'm saying is that's nice. $10,000 a month. Absolutely. A lot of people would be happy to make $10,000 a month, right? That's a nice middle-class lifestyle. But you ain't going to be, I mean, it's not, you ain't rich.
This motherfucker forgetting I'm married.
You know what I mean? It's like, it ain't that much money. It's like, that's okay, that's good. I feel like most people who are college educated expect to be making six figures because that's what it is. It's $120,000 a year. That's what most people who are college educated expect to be getting paid.
I'm not college educated. I don't have a bachelor's degree. I don't even have an associate's degree.
You ain't going to take a job that's not paying you $100,000, especially living in the Northeast. I don't know. Maybe it's different in other parts of the country, but living around here, if you live in New York, Boston, Connecticut, anywhere, Washington, DC, anything like that, and you're making $100,000 a month, that shit's going to go quick, real quick. You ain't that. That's my whole issue is she's acting like I'm making 10 grand.
What's it your business if I act that way? You literally just use your words. That's my whole issue. I'm making 10 grand. Why do you have an issue with that? Why do you have an issue with that? Because you're jealous. You're jealous that in less than a year of my YouTube channel, that's what I am making. You're jealous. Why are you saying that's why I have an issue? Explain that. Explain why you even have an issue. I don't care how much you make. I don't care how much Baker makes or Will makes. I never say anything about those people and what they make. Why do you have an issue?
In a month, I'm so successful now. I'm so successful. Are you?
Yes.
That's what you consider success?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, we do. We consider my husband's job, full-time job, making a really great salary that we were all be able to live off of. Now, there was no society back then when it was just Jeffsty. There was no thriving, but we were surviving. We were living. And I would work a little bit here and there. But when we decided to go all in on me taking a risk, putting our family out there, everybody in the chat knows, what did I say to my husband? Give me 1 year. Give me 1 year to try to do this. And if I can do it and I can make it work, it'll pay off. If I can't make it work, we'll figure something else out, right? We'll figure it out. Whether I found another job, like remote from work from home. Chat knows, this guy doesn't know, but I am sick. Okay. It's very obvious that I have health issues, which are worse now because I'm experiencing menopause, a thing that nobody can control, which your mom had, which your sisters will have, which whatever girl you end up with next month has or will have. And that is making all of my other symptoms worse. So it's never been lost on me that I started all of the things that I really enjoy in my life after I got sick, right? After I got sick. But watching this man kind of like scoff at my enjoyment, let's just look at it this way. Are you not recognizing my happiness and saying that I'm happy and that I'm doing well and I feel like this is success is because I had nothing? And so it feels wonderful because I had nothing. I talk about this because it feels wonderful because I was so broke. What's wrong with that? Let me pause for a second. Last month was a terrible month. Last month was a terrible month for me, right? Because I took time off. I covered the Lindsay Clancy case. We're going to get to that in a second, which turns out it was not lucrative for me. And I went on vacation or was getting ready for vacation leading into the beginning month. July was not a great month for me. It wasn't a $10,000 month for me. So I have to share that too. Like, I have to tell you, like, not every month is a great month, but watching him, this is just.
Okay. Congratulations. Because you have poor people mentality. That's why.
You cannot explain this in a different way. You keep saying it in this way. And it's like, Yes, I have poor people mentality. I have been poor and now I'm not poor. And so, yes, I definitely have poor people mentality. And what you mean when you say that is you had no money and now you have a little bit of money, which is not a lot of money, but it feels like a lot. So you think you're so great. With the umbrella of 10K, where you're literally talking to people who don't make 10K a month, your audience.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying making $10,000 a month is poor. I'm saying acting like $10,000 a month makes you rich is poor people mentality.
It does make me rich. It does make me rich because let me explain something to you. $10,000 a month isn't a little bit of money when you shop at Savers. 10K a month doesn't feel like a little bit of money when you shop at Salvation Army like I do. $10,000 goes a long way when you don't buy Louis Vuitton bags or brand name clothes or a Lexus SUV. 10K a month isn't a lot of money when you don't have legal bills. A little bit of money, I mean. It's when you live the life I live, Aiden, a 10K month is a crazy month because I'm not a consumer. I don't care about brand name things. I cook the majority of my meals from home. And we don't spend money on stupid shit at all. So how does $10,000 feel when I need new clothes? I go to Walmart. Feels rich, bitch. It feels fucking rich. Okay. You know how it feels? I do feel rich because my account isn't in the negative every month. That's why it feels rich to me. It's not that it's got 5K in it. It feels rich because it's not negative. I feel rich because I'm not going and I'm not spending a ton of money on stupid fucking shit. Feels rich because when we go out on a Saturday night now, we don't have to worry about the tab being out of our budget. Speaking of going out to dinner, sir, did we fucking hear you say that you went to dinner and you split the bill with your girlfriend that you were out? What the fuck? What? My husband has been picking up the tab for me for the better part of 2 years while I tried this whole journalism thing. And so it makes me really happy now when I can pay out on a Saturday night. I got you, bestie. I got you. I won't even pull it up yet. Anyway. I have poor people mentality, and I hope I never lose that. I hope I never will, because I won't. What matters to me is not about things. What matters to me is not about brand new anything or the best of everything or anything like that. What matters to me is that I have this money now that I can use it for moments. I can use it for time. I can use it for memories. I can use it for occasions. I can use it for my children to give them things to make their day better. So you are such a bad person.
And if you don't understand that, you're retarded. And I'm just done explaining it to you. You're retarded. You don't get it. Words, you don't understand words and how they come together in sentences and mean things.
We do.
Whatever.
We do.
So there you go. Okay.
We got it.
There you go.
Got it.
So I want to play, part of this. I have a bachelor's degree and work for the state. Definitely not making $100. Exactly. Work.
Why would you say exactly? She's literally She's making your point for you, but okay, sir. Go ahead.
for the state. That's the issue.
Cool.
But like, if you look at any cop, I mean, cops all make $100,000. Good luck finding a cop that does.
Cops make $100,000. Not enough. Not enough. So that's your example. A person that puts on a uniform, straps on a vest and a gun every day, and goes out into these fucking streets in the post Black Lives Matter world, in the city of Fall River, where there's fucking crack addicts and fucking gang and gun violence, and you make $100,000 a year. And I sit behind a keyboard and I talk and give you my opinion, and I make the same amount of money. And what is your fucking point? You're making a point better for me? Like that, first of all, that's like, they're not getting paid enough. First of all, there's that. And by the way, like, I'm not putting into a retirement fund. This is my husband. Good point.
Doesn't make $100,000. Good luck. You know why cops make $100,000, like $200,000, whatever the fuck they make some of these guys? You know why they do that? Because their union doesn't stand for it. Because they're
Sir, you're losing the plot on this, and it's extremely peculiar. Are you stupid? Like, are we watching this man like highlight that he is not smart? What point are you trying to make here? You would never be an attorney. You're losing it.
their union isn't going to let their members make less than $100,000.
What does
'Cause
that
they
have to
know
do with me?
That's what it costs to buy a house.
What does that have to do with
That's where it costs to have like a nice middle class lifestyle. Period.
First of all, you don't know anything about what's going on in Massachusetts because you're too caught up in your own fucking shit. But like, Massachusetts home prices are through the fucking roof, and it's disproportionate to what the people are earning. And so that's why there's like a mass exodus of people leaving Massachusetts right now. You don't care. You don't care. And I get it. I have a question for you. I don't plan for my future. I plan for my children's future. And even then, I haven't really been able to do that much because I've been a broke bitch. What's the plan if you go to jail for 90 years? Who's going to take care of your kids? Who's going to pay your kids' college education? How are you going to earn money every month, $25,000 a month from jail? And how are you going to help take care of your children? How is your wife, your ex-wife, going to be able to survive without you earning an income? How are you going all in and discussing this without any self-awareness whatsoever? How are you going to? Jessica Welch gave you $20K. I just.
Okay. Yeah. Like, exactly. $100,000, a home in, somebody put on Twitter the other day, some home in Wakefield that was just sold for $1 million. And it was like 1,500 square feet, 3 bedrooms, $1 million. That's in Wakefield. Wakefield's a Boston suburb. Okay. And I'm like, I go, 2 words, Central Mass. That home in Central Mass is going to sell for $550,000 to $600,000, not $1 million. You have $1 million in Central Mass, you get a nice house, real nice house. You'll be upper class in
This man does not even know what he's talking about.
no time. Like, no problem. So it all depends where you live. But then you live out here, the jobs don't pay as much money.
Okay. I almost can't even do it. We're going to go and do something right now. Let's just give me a minute. Hold tight. I'm here. Just stay here. Stay with me. Let me. Just let me. I'm fighting for my life. Pause. Just give me a minute. Hold on. I can't really see. All right. So let me just write it down. I'm not going to show it, although I could. Okay. All right. Just take my word for it. Let me just get this part, please. I'm working. Just give me 1 second. Okay. All right. Hi. We're still here. Perfect. So let's go back to this. Let's play 1 more minute of it. Oh, did I lose it? I did lose it. All right, we'll get it back. Hold on. I hear you on all of this stuff. Just give me 1 second and we're going to explain. We're going to just talk about something. And I'm not going to.
Okay. So whatever. You got my point. So anyway.
We do get your point. So this man just went on this whole thing about money and blah, 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 blah. Got it. Thank you so much. Perfect. Whatever. So Aiden just bought a home. Right. So the selling price of the home that he purchased, let's just talk about it since you feel like you know everything about it. Aiden's home was sold for $690,000, according to masslandrecords.com, which I have right here, which I won't show you because it has his address on it. But you can find that yourself. So his home sold for $690,000. And he has a mortgage for that home for only $515,000. So he put down a down payment roughly around $175,000 in cash. And I just feel like people who give him money every day should know that. So I just don't know. Has anybody talked about it? Has anybody brought this up? Has anybody disclosed this or shared this or whatever? So here's this man schooling me on how much money I make a month and how much money is money or whatever. You're right. I do not have $175,000 to put down on a home right now, but you do. You do. You have a home that you purchased for $690,000 and you put down $175,000 in cash down on that home. So let me explain this to you for people who don't. Yes, this is his house after his divorce. Okay. So let's explain this. It is public record where Aiden Carney lived. And it is public record where he currently lives right now. It's public record because all you have to do is you can go to a website called masslandrecords.com. Okay. I'm going to show you the website. Okay. This is masslandrecords.com. Okay. So you can go over here and you can find whatever county you'd like. So you're going to click on Worcester. You're going to go to go. I'm not going to do it all the way. I'm just going to show you what to do. And then over here, there are ways and options you can search. You can search by name, document, book search, property search. You just put in an address. So if you know a house and you want to know exactly who owns that house, you can go and do that. Here, you can go and you can just type in name search. And when you type in name search, it's going to give you the option. I can't really open this up, but it's good. You can put the person's name in it. And sometimes there's many people by that name, but you can look at dates and you can figure it out yourself. And I know that for a lot of people, it's not easy to read these things, and you open it up and you look at it and you're like, I don't understand what all this means. I've been looking at Mass Land Records for a long time. It's very simple. You can look up my old house that I owned and it was foreclosed on. You can look up my husband's home that Aiden talked about last night. It was foreclosed upon. Turns out many people who bought homes in the 2008 era lost their homes because of the mortgage crisis that was out there, which never discussed on last night's show. But what you can do is you can look up court documents. And so there'll be a deed, there'll be a homestead, there'll be whatever there. Aiden's home was sold. So then you can take the address there, you can plug it in, you can see it on Zillow, you can see the whole inside of the house if you want to. The whole house is online. You can look at it. So you take the thing, you look at it, and you see how much was the house sold for. And this is the deed between the previous owners and the current owner. And then you see that that deed was for $690,000. And then you go on to the next portion of it, and it says mortgage, and it shows you who the mortgage is in their name, and it shows you what mortgage company it is, and then it shows you how much the mortgage is for, the dollar amount. His is $515K. The house sold in the quick claim deeds for $690K is what you see there. And then that means he put somewhere in the ballpark of $175,000 in cash down on this home. Maybe he put 250,000. I'm just going by exactly what we see on Mass Land Records. Okay. So we're poor. He's not. And whatever. So anyway, there's that. Let's go back to this.
She makes a living. She does, her show is just her driving around with Jessica.
No. That's never actually that. That is a special occasion, one-off field trip show on a Saturday, Aiden. You don't know what you're talking about.
And then people listen to it. So good for them. I mean, this is people, if people are entertained by this, then they're going to listen to it. Okay.
Sir, and they can relate to what I'm doing more than they can relate to what you're doing. Hashtag
So let's
90.
listen to her drive around, and this is a show.
Born out of
Yeah. Oh. Did he skip over my song? Sir, this is my show. Why are you? It's almost like you're so upset. Like, what? I don't have to work. That I don't have to have court cases. I don't have to be fighting for my life. What? If you take away all of your fucking drama,
born out of the latest
what are you going to make a show off of? Anyway,
rant by a certain someone.
I don't know where we get with this or whatever, but what we didn't get to discuss is what we didn't discuss is the Lindsay Clancy thing, which I want to get to. So I don't know if he talks about it here. I think what I'm gathering is that he Somebody just sent me that he's doing a bus stop live. He has 470 people watching. How many people do I have watching? It's not a competition or anything. Certainly wasn't. It's not a competition or anything. All right. Let's talk about Lindsay Clancy. Let's get this off the screen for a second. Let's stop sharing this. Okay. So let's talk about Lindsay Clancy for a second. I don't know. I think he probably talked about it on the members only, and I cannot discuss that. So, well, I can't play it, but so let's talk about this a little bit. So there was a part where he said what he's talking about is I'm lazy, right? He goes, she's lazy. She doesn't like to work. She quit Lindsay Clancy, blah, 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 blah. So back it up. Sir, Aiden, I covered Karen Read cases 1 and 2. It was unbelievably challenging to cover cases 1 and 2 when, case 1, difficult. I was getting paid a little bit of money, but case 2 was harder because I wasn't getting paid at all. Can you imagine? I didn't have a YouTube channel with no ad revenue. I had absolutely no revenue streams whatsoever, except donations from people in Venmo. And I was driving up every day to Karen Read 2 because I knew that that's where I needed to be. Can you imagine this guy making fun of me, calling me poor people mentality when I covered Karen Read 2 with nothing? Nothing. Sometimes I took my mom's car. Sometimes I took a rental. Sometimes I took Jack's car because my car was repoed because I didn't have any money. Can you imagine? I covered one of the biggest murder trials in the country, showed up every day, acting like absolutely nothing was wrong, and I didn't have fucking 2 fucking cents to rub together. Can you imagine you making fun of that? Wild. But there wasn't a lazy fucking bone in my body. I never missed a motherfucking day unless I was sick. I went there every single solitary day. Every day. Never missed. Never missed one of your court cases either, right? Then went to Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Now, Kelsey Fitzsimmons, different. Have a little bit of money. Just came back from Cations. I made myself comfortable. Instead of driving an hour and a half every day, I got a hotel room. I bought my own hotel room. I stayed up there and I covered the case every single solitary day until it was done. Not lazy. Went to court, showed up, tweeted or whatever. Now, the Lindsay Clancy case is coming up. Now, before that all happened, I reached out to Kevin Reddington to reconnect with him because we had spoken before many times, and we talked about him coming on my morning show, and he was like, absolutely, yes. But then the case was coming. I said, it's bad timing. We'll just wait. So I had already, first of all, I knew about the Lindsay Clancy case. Okay. I was on Howie Carr and I spoke about it one day. And it is pretty much haunted me from the beginning. I had a real problem with it. Because there was children murdered. So I have 3 children. And so I already kind of had a weird vibe about it. The John O'Keefe murder was very different. I didn't feel the same way about that murder trial as I did about this one. And to be honest with you, I wasn't going to cover it. And I'm sure teammates in the background who are here, right? If Moonsy is here, if J7 knows, if Spicy Misty is here, I wasn't going to cover that. But in the month leading up to the Lindsay Clancy trial, we had the pile-on that took place, the mega pile-on, where obviously you all know what happened and people were coming at me. And this is when everybody started like really doing these hate streams about me. The low-cow stuff started happening and things were bleak, but I was, again, getting up every day and just kind of pushing through or whatever. A lot of people prior to Lindsay Clancy, haters were saying, just get back to journalism. You're a fucking loser. Go back and do the journalism, right? And so a lot of the background conversations were, it would be good distraction from everything that's going on to just go and focus on this case. We have this case. It's in Massachusetts. It's going to get a lot of visibility. And it would shut up your haters who were saying she just doesn't do the journalism anymore. So I was like weighing it out. And I was thinking about it. And I was like, yes, it's an hour away. I have the means to do this now. It is going to be a high profile case. It is easy for me to do. It will distract people. It is going to feel different to get away from the drama every day, and it will shut these people up, right? And so I remember the day where I was like thinking about it, and then I told the girls, I said, I'm going to go do the Clancy case, and they were like, we support you in doing this. Get back to your roots. You were really great at Karen Reed. You were really great at Kelsey. You're really great at Aiden's. Go back there, go back to your roots and do it. The undercurrent that was not really discussed with them or with anybody else is I fucking didn't want to be there. I didn't want to cover this case because I'm a mom of 3 kids and I have a problem with it. Now, people are like, you're a reporter, get in there. You're supposed to be tough. That's what mainstream media is. That's not what I am. And I'm not even going to purport that I could ever do what mainstream media does. What I do and who I am and my person and what kind of a person I am, it really made it difficult for me to want to be there and cover this case. Okay. Now, in the beginning, it's just jury selection. I was okay. I was holding my own. I didn't miss a day. I went every day. I was working. I was tweeting. I was doing exactly what everybody thinks I should be doing if I'm covering the case. I was getting my bearings about me. I was doing the legwork preparing for the trial. I was doing all my research on the people. I was talking to Kevin Reddington. I'm in. And if I was talking about it along the way, I probably wasn't being as completely open about how I was really feeling, but I didn't think I needed to be. I felt like it was more important for me to just be like, let's focus. Let's get away from this shit. Fuck you to the haters. I'm going to go cover the trial. I'm also good at this. I know I can do it. Nobody does this. I'm going. And I'm there for opening arguments. I'm there for day one. I'm into it. And honestly, the fucking 911 call. The 911 call was it for me. I was like, I don't want to be here. Yes. Good morning.
Morning.
What's up?
I'm gonna go get Duncan.
Okay.
I'm also gonna look at drive by. see
Sure.
what happens.
Sure.
You want anything?
I don't. Did you ask your sister? Okay. Actually, can you get me one of the blackberry tangerine zeros? That's it.
Oh God.
And we're gonna go look at the cars? Okay. All right, I'm gonna work here and then. So the 911 call happened and I don't remember exactly who was near me or I don't really know, but I was fucking sobbing. Sobbing in the press box. And by the way, I know that there were members of the press that were not. They were tweeting, not tweeting, notes, taking notes. We couldn't you could tweet. People were typing on their lap. I was just sobbing. I was sobbing. I couldn't handle it. If that makes me weak, if that makes me not an independent journalist, so be it. I'm good. Things changed. First of all, I had a terrible nightmare that night about it. I'll remember it for the rest of my life. There's a reason why they didn't want that 911 call played in the public. And I'm only one of a handful of people that heard it. And I'm not saying it changed me as a person, but it changed how I felt about the trial. Now, coincidentally, after a whole week of going up there every day and covering jury selection and then going and covering the first 2 days of the trial, my body naturally is going to, because I have health issues, is going to kind of like kick itself, right? And so I made the executive decision on the 2 days leading up to my vacation to not go. Now, one of the days was the viewing and it was a half day or whatever. And I think maybe it was a day before that was a half day. So I didn't really miss much. But I made the executive decision very easily to not attend, Aiden, because I was going on a vacation and I didn't want to be sick from my vacation. My first vacation alone with my husband in 12 years. So I didn't want to be sick. And so like for my life, like in the grand scheme of things, like when I'm 75 years old and I'm talking about it, I wanted it to make sure it was a memory that was good and not bad. And so in the life situation, I just made the decision we're going to stay home. But already, truth be told, I was thinking, I don't want to fucking be there for this anymore. It is gross. Mainstream media is gross. The way they're exploiting it, it's gross. And I went on my vacation and I came back and I was sick. And I was also like, this is another fucking sign I don't belong there. I'm sick. Now, I don't care if people want to pretend that I was fucking sick this past week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I was feeling better. But Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, out for the fucking count, never left my bedroom. I think you could see it. I was doing some shows and I was a fucking mess. I was snot and all the shit like that. So I was sick. And when you're sitting in a press box, you can't be sick. Even if I could have done it, you shouldn't be doing it. It's gross. So, I mean, truth be told, I had already made the decision I probably wasn't going to go back. I was telling everybody I was going back. I was just kind of keeping things copacetic. Wasn't lying to you, but I was like, I'm going to go back. I'm going to do it. But I was already basically saying, I just don't think I'm going to go back. Now, realistically, today would be the day where we would be announcing and making that decision. And so for everybody, I'm making the decision. As of right now, I can't foresee myself going back to cover this case. That is not because I'm lazy. That is because there is a crazy feeling in that courtroom that just, as a mom, doesn't work for me. Now, there's another part about that we could mention. Yeah. So prior to, I don't know, I might have this wrong, but I learned how to tweet in a courtroom from Grant Ellis. He was tweeting Aiden's cases and he was in the courtroom and it wasn't exactly what was happening. And so I learned in real time how to tweet in a courtroom. And I remember when Karen Read started being in the press box and coming into the Karen Read one with that skill set, right? And only Grant and I were really doing it. I remember Sue was writing things on a piece of paper. And I don't remember people live tweeting from court in one. And I think that I really hit my stride in one. And it's where Melanie Little noticed me. And then by two, it became what I was known for. It became like Jessica is tweeting inside the courtroom what people can't see. And I've talked about this before. It was like, hey, nobody else is doing this. Nobody else is talking about this. You're all watching it on TV. Why am I going to fucking tweet about what you guys can see on TV? Oh, Karen, you can see it. But I'm going to talk to you about what nobody can see. And it worked. And people loved it. And it was great. And I was very happy with it and whatever. The thing is now other people do it. So you have people like Karen Goldberg, who we had a part of kind of like our bunny verse, so to speak. she's not really part of that now, if she ever was, but she's been going there and she's tweeting from court, right? You had Lauren Matthias, who hadn't been tweeting from court before, and now she's tweeting from court. You have Bob Mata going there, and he's tweeting from court. And so already I'm feeling like, one, I don't want to be there. And two, there's a lot of other people who are doing the same stale shit that I already did. And I'm not going to be out here. There's only so much of a difference my tweets can sound from like 2 other people sitting in the press box. If there's 3 of us sitting in the press box and they have now figured out that this is what you can do, and they're there and doing the same thing that I did, are we going to really be competing? Like, what? It's a waste of my time. It's not different. It's not unique. It's not new. So that added to it. It added where it's not that I would be uncomfortable to see Bob Mata. I'm sure Bob Mata would be very nice to me, as I would be to him. Anytime I see somebody in real life, like, I'm kind and I'm professional. The issue I kind of had with it was just like, I am not unique here anymore. Everybody's doing this. And I didn't see a need to put myself in a room where I already didn't want to be, to do something that other people in the same kind of arena are already doing. Now, the Matas were around before me, so they have a bigger audience than me, far bigger. So I just felt like they got it. That's how I felt. I was like, they're gonna. It just seemed absolutely a waste of my time for me to go to a courtroom and tweet when somebody was on the side of me tweeting and then another person tweeting. There's only so much content in there that can be tweeted. So I didn't have my own niche there anymore. It started to feel like everybody was doing it. And I talk about this. I am different. I am unique. I've done this. That shit is stale. So I now am moving on. So there's that. And when Aiden is saying like Jessica's lazy, it's not laziness. I have the gumption. I have the work ethic. I have the tools. I have a very comfortable way to do it. I just don't want to do it anymore. Everybody else is doing it, and it's stale to me. And I like to be able to do things differently. I like to be able to be unique. I like to be able to do stuff that is not being done. And when I'm in a courtroom and I'm an independent journalist and I'm tweeting out, not on a mainstream media platform, juror reactions in a room that everybody is in, and I've got 2 or 3 other people sitting in the box and we're all kind of in the same space, it's not worth it to me. It's not worth my mental health to be there either. But the way that Aiden was talking about it, it was like, get those views. You could go crazy. You could double those views, blah, 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 blah. What if I'm okay with this? What if I'm okay with exactly where I am? What if everybody is so hung up on me having 9,000 followers or subs? What if I'm comfortable with that? What if that is all my bandwidth can handle? You know, I'm not stupid. I'm not dumb. So there's a whole thing that I could do here. I have this small little platform, right? I could do a bunch of shit. I could go on Ozempic and get skinny. I could go and get my teeth done. I could go and change all of this up. I could make everything look better. I could get better mics. I could get better lights. I could get a better studio. I could go get a studio. I could do all the shit. I could do everything, right? More money, more problems. I don't want to be that way. I don't want to ever not be home to cook dinner for my family. I don't ever want to not be here to see my kids every morning as long as they're here. There's a very different scenario if all of my children are gone. If all of my children are out of this house And I am here by myself. That's a very different situation. To be quite honest with you, timing wise, I don't think it'll ever fit. I think by the time Georgia is moving out, Julie is going to have a baby. And that's going to be my life, is my family. It's not laziness. It's what my life is. It's my life. It's my family, my kids. That's it. So timing wise, it's never going to work. You know what I mean? Like, so in the meantime, the best that I can do is do something that fits within the parameters of my family, that fits in the parameters of my health, that fits in the parameters of my integrity and what I think is proper. And this is it. And to watch this man scrutinize it, make fun of it, complain about it, it's wild to me. I am content. There are some things I want to do. There are some things that I am looking forward to doing. There are some improvements that now that I feel like there's a little bit of stability financially that I can do to make things better. First of all, one of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to pay somebody to go put a bunch of fucking timestamps on here. Put some timestamps, put some proper, do this right. Now, I don't know what Aiden does like every day or whatever, but my work-life family balance, which has been on like display for as long as I've been doing this, is my family is still like a huge part of my day. I still do all of the things in my household. I still cook a meal almost every single solitary night. I also still rest. I still manage my health things or whatever. I mean, I don't know how old Aiden is, but like, you know, like, I'm older, you know, I'm 50 years old. And I don't know, man, I'm just super content. And when I want more, when I want more, I'll go get more. I just don't want more right now. You know what I mean? But when I do, I can go get it whenever I want, you know? So I don't know how far in we get to this, but I do want to share it. So let's go and share and let's see if we can find time stamping here of where we were at last night. Okay. Let me just move this over a little bit.
Someone who is very much making some bad decisions.
You sent me a Twitter DM on February 7th.
So I'm not going to play this, but there was a point on my show on Saturday where I talked about how I bet a lot of women, their husbands don't like Aiden. And this woman said it, and then he like literally like shamed her by showing, I'm going to skip over that, but I wasn't watching at that time. I heard about it after, and then I went back and watched it. Okay, this is, okay, perfect. Let's play this.
Some Jeff Booker picks. He's a real winner, let me tell you.
Just let me ask you a question. What do you bring to the table as a partner? So it's all relative, like what a woman needs and then what the partner brings to the table for that person to be described as like a winner. But like, I guess if we have to put up a poll somewhere, a generic poll, for example, let's talk about what makes you a winner and then what makes my husband a winner. So my husband offers financial stability, hardworking, absolutely loves me, adores me. He's a great stepdad to my kids. He's respectful and very kind to my mother. I think my mother likes my husband more than me. He's funny. I mean, is he angry every day until he's approachable and he's had 2 cigarettes and a Celsius? Sure. Like my husband is a regular guy and you're going to make fun of him and our looks here right now. But as his wife, I'm not worried that my husband is going to drain all of our financial resources and that he may go to jail. You know, he's not in a courtroom every day getting dragged in, fighting a bunch of fucking shit.
Hold on.
the way he does this with pride and excitement is wild. Maybe
There they
pay
are.
for a producer.
You guys want to see what success looks like?
Yes.
I'll show you success.
Can
This is
you
what success
imagine?
looks like right
Can
here,
you
ladies and
imagine
gentlemen.
this?
This is how you know you've made it in life. Okay? You're looking at it right there.
Sir, I stayed at $1 million condo on the beach in Pensacola for free. What you're looking at is happiness, not success, happiness. The gift of a follower of mine who wanted me to enjoy my birthday, my 50th birthday, gifted me $1 million, more than $1 million. It's like 1.2 million resort room. I know you get somebody gives you the house in Turo for the week, but I mean, yes.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is success. Gluttony defined. There it is. Just two attractive people just killing it in life, just enjoying the fruits of their success in the hot tub on a vacation.
It's called Cations. And we are extremely happy at the generosity of a follower of mine who also, by the way, if you knew Lucky Linda, right, you would know she went through her days of being a broke bitch. And when I started to tell my story, I can't even talk about it because Linda's encouragement and her words at the beginning, right, in like around January or whatever, were so impactful in so many ways. Because Linda's messages of encouragement and this gift of this vacation were almost like I couldn't deny anymore being worthy of it. She forced me to recognize that I'm worthy of something like a gift like this. And if you've ever been abused, if you've been told your whole life you aren't going to amount to anything, if you were as a kid being held back from thriving, if you were called fat and a loser and all this shit your whole life, right? And then when you're in your 20s and your 30s or whatever, and you're raising kids and you're just focused on your family, you don't have time to really think about yourself, your trauma, your life or whatever. When you start to get towards my age and things kind of settle down with your children needing you emotionally, and you're not dealing with, like sports and all of these things, in the absence of all of that busyness, you start to have time to start to reflect on your own life. And you start to reflect about your past and your childhood and all of these things. And all of those feelings, all of those emotions, partner that with having a platform where you have wonderful followers who also want to share their stories. And you by some strange coincidence, fall on the radar of a woman like Linda who struggled for many years and then made decisions and changes and whatever she did in her life to become wildly rich and successful. And then for that woman to want to bestow upon my husband and I a very luxurious gift, which I talked leading up to it, was so hard for me to even accept at some point because I felt like we shouldn't be here. Like, this is crazy. Like, she forced me to loosen up that restraint I had on myself, which was it's okay to accept this gift. So that picture right there, while we look fat, we're fat and happy, and I'm humble and thankful and just feeling unbelievably blessed.
Enjoying each other, just enjoying each other's company. It's a beautiful thing. Beautiful thing, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. I mean, look at there. They dude, look.
Actually, this picture here, which is a while ago, was like such a great night. It was such a great night. My sisters and I were out, and we had like, yes, we are very happy there.
Look at the happy couple.
Yes,
Yeah, oh, there he is.
that's me on Cations. That's me on Cations. This Cations, the one that I paid for myself this time, from all the hate views. I just scooped that money up and was like, let's go on a vacation by ourselves. How is this bad? What's wrong with you?
Motherfucker, get raped. He's so tough, guy. Look how tough he is. Third toughest guy in Fall River right there.
Look at Meowser. Look at Meowser. Look at us here. We're celebrating Portugal in the World Cup with a fucking 200 other Portuguese people. Like, this was so much fun. I don't know, dude. Are you allergic to like people just living regular happy lives? Like, what would you be impressed with?
Third toughest guy in all of Fall River. Nobody messes with him, bro. 2 hits, you'd be out. You'd be out. He's so tough. He's so tough right there. Look at him. Look at him. Dude, nobody messes with this guy. He's mafia. Look at him. Nobody messes with him. There's Jessica. Oh, there he is.
Somebody found a picture of my husband from Thanksgiving, and he's going to like, listen, I will pay $50 for somebody to get me a picture of Aiden eating out. Okay. Get me a picture of Aiden eating. $50.
There's some Jessica. Oh, there he is. Enjoy that food. You earned it, Jessica. You earned it. Well, your girl earned it. You're kind of the bitch. And I mean, you're the hoe. People like, you call Jessica when I say get your hoe on a leash. No, I wasn't saying put Jess on a leash. He's the hoe. He's the Doug Ermhoff of this situation. He's the first lady. You're known as Mr. Jessica Machado. That's what you are. You don't even have an identity. You are the spouse
It's Meowser. He has an identity. It's Meowser.
of the celebrity. Because Jess Machado's she's a big shot, bro. I don't know if you know this. She's got 9,550 YouTube subscribers and going down a little bit every day, but still, it's a lot. It's almost as much as the chat rats have, so that's good. And so you're killing it. Like you're the husband of her, of a big superstar who everybody recognizes when she goes out all the time.
Why does that upset you? Are you the only person that can be recognized in public? And then he takes a break at some point and he goes to the bathroom or whatever, and he plays when he was at the Red Sox. So he's talking about me getting recognized, and then he goes and
So eat away, my dude. Enjoy the fruits of your wife's success. There you go.
oh, that's when we went to go see the Greg Hill show.
There you go. You look great. You look fantastic. Now, you're not the father to any of her children, of course. So other men are the ones that are really kind of paying for this all. And you're both similar in that you both have exes that pay for everything, right?
Why didn't any of your people fix this for you? Why didn't any of your people give you the extra information? Why didn't they explain this to you? Here's where I start hearing him like go in all on a narrative, and it's just not even accurate, but go ahead.
And
Cook.
you lived together for free. You squatted in your ex's house
You mean his own house?
in Swansea before getting foreclosed.
Okay. Come on in.
Why are we asking questions that the answers you don't understand when I'm going to respond?
They don't make this right.
You won't make anything right.
All right. Like 1 hour from now. It's 10:36. So how about 12?
Okay.
Thank you. Love you. Thank you. Let him cook here.
And then now you're living with Jessica's mom. So that's not bad either. But the other men, her exes, or baby daddies, as she refers to them, they're the real breadwinners. Like this. Like here's Jess with 3 generations of Machado's, grandpa and one of the Jays and her. Oh, wait, no, that's not grandpa. That's the baby daddy. So she banged the Werther's original guy, apparently. So there she is. So that's one of the baby daddies, I guess. Okay. So they had a kid. That's great.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me do something first because there's going to be an echo. Hold on. Can't play anything because there's going to be an echo. Give me 1 minute. I'm just waiting for something to upload, and then I can get out of this. All right, we're done. So what he's doing is he's making fun of Julia's dad. So now I don't know how old Aiden is. How old is Aiden? Can somebody tell me how old he is? So I met Julia's dad when I was 22 and he was 44. And we entered into a relationship. I understand that he doesn't know all of that. But that is 26, 27 years ago. He's 44. Okay. So remember that girl that you banged that you met at the Wilbur, the one that was like really, really young? If you had gotten into a relationship with her, right? That would have been no different than what happened 26, 27 years ago. 1998 actually is when I met Ron. I was 22 years old and he was 44. And I entered into a relationship with that man. We had a child together. We lived together. We owned businesses together. We broke up. We got back together and then we broke up. So this is 26, 27 years after the fact. He is older. But back then, I was like a total piece of ass and he was really much younger looking and really just kind of like starting out with his business. And he ended up getting rich. And not like this kind of rich, like just owning a bunch of businesses rich. You know what I mean? He also was a cop. He also was a firefighter. And he's a fantastic, fantastic man. And you're making fun of people, but that's me and my ex there who share holidays together, who raised our daughter together, who co-parented together in the best of ways, not in your stupid way, the way that you talk about, but like in a absolutely loving and respectful way. One time, Aiden, Julia had volleyball practice and I was working and Jack and Georgia, his daughter's siblings, half siblings, we had nobody to watch them. And he came to my house and watched the kids for me. I love Ron. He is wonderful. My husband adores Ron. My mother loves Ron. My sister loves Ron. Jack and Georgia love Ron. Everybody loves Ron. You want to make fun of him being old? It'd be really sad when Ron's not here anymore. But go ahead. Cook.
And then there was Jessica. What about the other baby?
13 years married, my husband and I, against the odds when things were tough. 13 fucking years. Look at you. You're making fun of him right now. Like you're making fun of him, right?
Stop showing them to the rest of the world. Put them away.
Oh shit! Here we go. One of Jesse's favorite songs. I don't know what it is, but it's got.
Just a married couple, been married for 13 years, sitting at a bar, my husband looking over at me and saying, "You're hot," twice, recognizing a song that came on that I loved. What do you do when you sit at a bar? I know what you do when you sit at a bar with your girlfriend right now. I know you talk about yourself. You talk about your cases. You talk about yourself. You could never do that. That is success. That is getting through tough times and sticking it out and staying married. That's what you can't have. You'll never have that. And to be honest with you, Aiden, you're so stupid you don't realize that that's all people really want. That's what people want. They want to be happy every day. And if you are happy and you're yourself and you're comfortable and you're married to a friend and you can get through all of the hard times and the bad shit, and I mean really fucking bad shit, and you can stick it out and you can change behaviors and you can like really stay together and then go out and sit down and have a couple drinks when the kids are older and you can enjoy a night. And as a woman, you can have a guy turn over and be like, "You're hot." And then like me recognize him. Like, that's all my husband wants, is to sit at a bar and have a fucking beer in his hand and listen to music. That's rich. That's rich. Because everything you have financially, money, business, notoriety, popularity, all of that can be gone in a minute. And if all of that is gone and you don't have that, you're fucked. You're alone. You're empty. That what I just showed you on the screen will get you through anything. And that's why you can do what you did last night. You can pull up docs, you can make fun, but it does not have any impact on my life.
I think that's the baby daddy, the oldest one. And then well, what about the other baby daddy? Oh, that's Julia's dad. That's the oldest one.
Correct.
Okay. I'm learning. It's a learning
You're reading the chat.
process. What about the other dad? What about Georgia with the J's dad? And I should not know these kids' names.
We know your kids' names. As a matter of fact, you started this whole goddamn show talking about your kids and showing a picture of them. Timestamp 328. Hold on a second.
And I'm like, usually it just lands in the grass embankment and it's a free for all. The kids all try to go grab it. And then the ball's coming right at me. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm standing there right where this picture's taken.
You're
I'm, like, right
amazing. You
standing
pick
there.
it up with your hand.
And I'm like,
we got it.
as the ball's getting closer to you, you're like,
Okay, we got it.
that's dad number 2. That's it.
That's Jason. Big guy, heavy metal guy. Making fun of this guy? All those bikers that were with you the other day look just like that guy. All those heavy metal guys. What's wrong? Why are you making fun of his looks? Why are you making fun of his shoes? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Why are you making fun of my son's dad? Like, that's my job. Let me do that. So ignore the fact that this is my son graduating high school. Everything that my son overcame, like, we look at that picture as a family and we understand the accomplishment that is. But look at the other picture. That's my husband and my ex together celebrating my son. You'll learn over time, Aiden, that that's not always possible. That's not possible. You lived that, right? You lived it because Julie hated Meredith. And that's why you never let Meredith be around your kids, because Julie didn't want her around the kids. And whether Julie had right or wrong, I don't know anything about that situation. But in a family unit where people are comfortable, confident, and prioritize the well-being and health mentally of children, that picture is what it looks like right there. That is my current husband and my ex-husband or ex, the father of the child in the middle and the stepfather to the child in the middle, celebrating a moment together and getting like for the child. I look at that picture and you're looking, because you're a fucking loser. You're looking at my ex and you're making fun of how he looks and you're making fun of my husband's stupid face. But what we're looking at there is that the kid in the middle, right, has something that is so rare, which is he not only has a massive group of people who support and love him and celebrate him, but he doesn't have to deal with the terrible animosity that happens when you go through a divorce and parents can't get along. My son doesn't know that feeling of having to pick and choose between a parent. He doesn't know that feeling of going to one house and thinking it's better than the other, or parental alienation or manipulation or any of that stuff. You are so far removed from what is important in life that you wouldn't understand. There's 1,000 pictures you could use about Jason. And I'm so glad you picked this one, because it's the manifestation of not only two men that put their egos aside, that don't care about the other person, that have no reason to feel insecure, but it's also the manifestation of a woman who will do anything for her children. And so I am unbelievably thrilled you chose this picture, you stupid fucking loser. Essentially. Nails.
That Jeffica
Yep.
got that guy's leftovers. That guy.
Jason's fat and happy right now, but when I first met him, he weighed about 150 pounds. And he's a good guy. Had some problems, but he's a good guy.
Got the leftovers
Most people don't think about it that way.
of him. He wears Vans or Puma. Okay, remember the Pumas. Okay. And that's their son. I would never say anything about. So there you go. That's great. So congratulations on the enormity of your success, Jeffica.
Again, you don't understand what a success that is. It'll remain to be seen. Currently, what we've currently see is you couldn't bring Meredith around your kids and Julie together. So that isn't success, right? That is, let's see if you achieve my success at some point. Let's see if you get there. Who knows? Maybe.
And we're really proud of you. And
Yeah.
prison rape's funny. Prison rape's funny. He's like,
He's doing this because he talked about my husband and his son, how he doesn't see his son. Jeff reacted to that, and Aiden's big mad about it.
he's going to get raped. Imagine that's your husband, somebody that talks like that gets.
I'm glad you brought that up. This is my husband reacting to like you, but why would you say imagine that's your husband? Okay, my husband is reacting to things that you said about him and his son on the internet. Are you like completely unaware of the catalog of statements that you have made over the years on the internet that live forever? And even if you got rid of them, there's like a fucking army of people that still have them. Are you sure? Like, it's my husband like reacting that way. I get it. It's not attractive to many people, but
It's on there and it's like, fuck, gets raped. And you're just sitting there like enjoying, like, because he don't see them. I mean, what does he see him? I mean, how often does he see Alex?
not at all.
Because he mentions Alex's name in this because you guys love doing that.
You mentioned Alex because you mentioned him. You mentioned him.
You love doing that. I mean, what's this document right here? What's this one say? What's this court doc say? Stipulation for the parties: Jeffrey Machado against Kayla Nunez. Okay. The parties agree that, according to the Department of Revenue, the father owes the mother $2,644 in child support arrears, so he wasn't paying. Father's child support shall be reduced to basically in half for consideration that the father was unemployed for 12 weeks. So you found a great one there. I mean, but he might not pay his child support, right? He might be court ordered to pay child support because he's in arrears and he's unemployed. But at least he could kick my ass, right? That's what you really want in a spouse. Who cares about
Hurry up, finish that. Hurry up, get to it. Hurry up.
who cares about somebody that can take care of you financially, buy your own home, have a good job, right? Make sure your car doesn't get repoed. Who needs that?
Finish it.
Right?
Hurry up. Hurry up.
What you really need
Hurry up.
is a guy who could kick someone's ass. That's what you really need.
Keep going.
That's what Jessica Machado values in a man.
Keep going. Hurry up. Finish this part so I can just tell everybody.
She saw that and was like, I want to marry you. You are what I want to be around my kids.
Keep going.
The father shall continue to pay $142 a week in child support and an additional $20 a week towards the child support arrears that he owes, for a total of $162 a week. All prior orders not modified. For a total weekly payment of $162 via implemented wage assignment, aka we're taking it out of your paycheck. We're taking it out of your paycheck because we don't trust you to pay it.
Okay. All righty. Here we go. So my husband was laid off from his job in 2016 and he applied for unemployment. And while he was waiting for his unemployment, he earned no money, and therefore there was no way to pay the child support. And then when he got his unemployment, all of that came back, and then all of the child support was paid off. Now, I know that what I'm talking about is a very rare thing that never happens to people. I know this is something nobody has ever heard of before. But I'll explain it one more time. My husband had a job. He got laid off. They fought him on the unemployment. So he fought it. And so during the time in 2016, my husband had no income. And then he got a new job and also got all of his unemployment back in a big chunk. And then all of that money got paid off. Now, if you have a good working relationship with your ex, which maybe you do, you can talk about that and then you can explain it or you can share it. If you have a bad relationship with your ex, which a lot of people do, there's no discussing it and there's no talking about it. There's no general basic anything. They just go to court all the time. And that's what happened to my husband. And so I forgot what the date on that was, but it was filed after he got his new job in December or whatever. Like, it was basically like she knew he got a job now. And so she wanted to go back. Like, this is completely normal. Also, in the beginning, my husband, before he met me, he would pay his child support in cash or a check. And he'd just hand over cash and a check. And I said, that sounds crazy. You need it to come right out of your paycheck. You need some sort of proof that this money is coming out every single solitary week. And so my husband tried to work that out with her, and it ended up going through the DOR, which why are you thinking that that's like being a deadbeat? That's how people pay their child support. It's in the thing. It's not wage garnishment. It's through the DOR. Some men can hand a check over or cash or whatever, and they never go to court, and it's completely fine. But some people want proof that they pay it. And so it goes through the DOR. I've been on the end of it 2 different times. Ron used to just give me cash. No problem. Jack and George's dad would pay me sometimes, and he wouldn't pay me. Sometimes we went to court over it. Sometimes I was nice and I understood his circumstances. I think the guy owes me $14,000 in back child support. I could have gotten his license taken away. I could do all. What are you doing here? What are you doing? You think this is a flex when 50% of the general population is divorced? What are you doing? You sit here and you go over all of these fucking documents like they're Bible.
Do we have more? Oh, there's more.
Yes, there is. Keep going.
There's more. What's this one say? Let's see this court doc. He told me not to talk. He told me not to talk.
He told you not to talk about his son. He told you not to talk about his son. You yourself have said children are out of it. Don't talk about other people's kids. He told you not to talk about his son. He said, keep it out of your mouth.
Talk about it, guys. But I thought about not talking about it, but then I'm like, you know what?
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
I think I'm going to do the opposite.
Definitely do that. Definitely.
I think I'm just going to talk about it instead. So, yeah, he's a big, tough guy, though. He's going to have words with me. Big words. Not multi-syllable words, but definitely words.
I'm going to handle you, not him. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to use my platform. I'm going to do it myself because I know how to handle this. Jeffrey doesn't. Also, Jeffrey doesn't care. I don't know if you figured that out. Jeffrey does not give a fuck. We're on a show on a Saturday. We talk about it. Sir.
Now comes the defendant, Kayla Newman.
Just want to say something. I just want to say something. We have this little platform here, and the majority of what we do is we talk about life from the perspective of a 50-year-old woman, right? In menopause with kids and a husband and life. We talk about all of the things I love. We have not transformed this channel pretty much in any way, shape, or form. Occasionally, we have started these shows where we go and we do 24 and 24. Now this is our morning day, fun show, right? And then we did Bunny After Dark, which is our funny, crazy, let's chat roulette the shit out of shit show. And then we used to do Saturday shows, which were journalism, but then it turned into Saturdays. I'm going to announce a new facet to my channel. We're going to take the stance that the majority of the people in the United States have, which is Aiden Carney is a douchebag channel. And we are going to take every single one of his shows and in kindness, just go through it step by step. We're going to pull up clips and point out the hypocrisy. And we're not going to do it like Kate Peter, with a vengeance. And we're not going to do it like Twisted Tragedies because she doesn't really do it well. We're just going to start a completely different channel, which takes a regular 50-year-old menopausal wife and mother's perspective on everything that this man says, not just the things about me here, but everything that he says. And we're going to do a whole show on his shows. And we're going to talk it out. And we're going to say the things that everybody else is thinking, but you're scared to do it. You're in the shadows. You don't want to be a target. Look what happened. That woman on his show last night just spoke up and said, nah. And he goes, I'm going to show you your DMs. Now, we're not going to do it as part of our regular programming because I know that's not the vibe that you want to have here. Whether I do this or not, or how long it lasts, I don't really know. But there will be a completely separate show where we take what he says and we talk about it. We correct him. We fix it. And holy shit. Where is it? Turtle Boy Translator. Name it. Clock it. Just going to talk about it. We're just going to talk about it from a primary demographic perspective. So there's that. That's how I'm going to handle it. We're going to talk about it. You're going to drag me. You're going to do all of this stuff. You're going to try to discredit me. You're going to make me and my husband and my family look like losers. Fine. You'd be really happy to help? Co-host? You, me? Co-host? You, me? Co-host? You, me? And we're gonna talk about it from the perspective of your number one demographic. Open up your YouTube, Aiden. Go down to the page where it shows you your demographic. Go take a look at that number. What is it? Who's watching you? Me. Bunnies. Menopausal women. Who's giving you the money? Me. Bunnies. Menopausal women. Let's just talk about it. Let's talk about it. We're going to offer up a space where we discuss and dissect this for no other reason other than you deserve that. This is unbelievably generous, and you did not need to do that. Thank you. So let's. I thought about this like yesterday afternoon when I knew he was going to be doing this, and I was like, well, what if I do this like all the time? What if you get your wish, which is focus on me? Okay. All right. Let's just have conversations. Let's just talk about you. Let's do it.
Nunez. And hereby objects to the motion for temporary orders as filed by the plaintiff for hearing September 14th. All basis of said objection, your defendant represents that the parties entered into a marital settlement agreement on.
All right. So basically, we'll it's here. Go to his show and give him the views. So basically, what he gets into here is there's some original court documents from my husband's divorce where Kayla talks about things like my husband being physical, saying he was going to go back to drugs and all of these things like that. Original documents when there is a divorce or whatever happens exist. And then what happens is the divorce and the time. So I'm going to cut to the chase for a bunch of this stuff. No matter what is said in these documents, there are things that are completely true. The police were never called on my husband when they were married. There's no documentation of physical violence. My husband never put his hands on her, and there's no proof of that, nor has that ever been documented. My husband was never charged with anything. The police were never called, nothing. Number two, my husband was, his son was taken away from him when the divorce happened. There were accusations of drugs. My husband had to do hair follicle testing. All of those things came back negative. Right. So like the accusations of drug use were there. And then thankfully there is a legal system that plays out. And my husband was exonerated that there was no drugs in his system, no cocaine, no anything, just nothing. You can say what you want to get what you want initially. And if you have the fight in you and you have the resources and the finances, which at the time my husband had his parents financing his divorce and his attorneys, you can fight it. This is why in Massachusetts, a woman can come and say whatever she wants. And unless the man has the resources and the attorney, so a lot of times they lose. And we've talked about this very little, but I have at times tried to change legislation in Massachusetts so that the parenting time initially is 50-50 right from the get. Now, I don't know if it's changed since then. I haven't had to follow it, but there was a time where we were trying to fight for that because of like my husband's experience. But a lot of times it starts off like this, lots of accusations, lots of statements, and then men have to fight. They have to fight for access. They have to fight to clear their name. And by default, judges will just automatically go with these documents at first. And then you got to fight it out. You got to prove it. This is a epidemic, by the way, not just in Massachusetts, but everywhere. And so I'm not one of those people. I've never weaponized the court system against my baby daddies. Sometimes it has gotten like a little like choppy, and we've had to go back to court. But Julia's dad and I went to court one time. That was it. So anyway, all of the things that were originally talked about last night, those things originally were filed, but my husband had never put his hands on her. He never did drugs. And then his parenting came in question and the quality and the kind of parenting. So what do? They add the guardian ad litem or whatever it is, supervised parenting. And then after I think like a month of that, the court was basically like, there's absolutely no value to any of these things here, and so we're going to like award. There's suitability is not an issue, so it's very easy for all of these things to be said at the beginning when you're going through a divorce. Now, why my husband and his ex-wife got a divorce, that's between them. Why she chose to leave my husband is on her. I mean, you know, I had to talk to my husband about this when I first met him. He said he never would have left her. You know, he would have stayed. She left him. He gets into the dynamics here about the house and grifting. You've got it wrong, sir. You've got it wrong. And I don't know if we're going to have to like play it all, but like, so ultimately my husband lost his son temporarily. This is before he ever met me. And in the documents, it says my husband didn't have a relationship with his family when he was with her during their relationship. So, you know, for those who say like, you know, my husband doesn't talk to his family now, it's in the documents. My husband didn't have a great relationship with his family then. There's two sides to every story. And then there's like the third side, right? So in my opinion, what has happened with my husband in his divorce and everything since then is like really extraordinary circumstances. And on my side of things, it's been very, very amicable. So I personally believe women set the tone for how divorces go. And I think if you care and prioritize your children over your ex or your feelings about your ex, the best scenario can happen and it's amicable. When you are selfish and you are not prioritizing your child, things can get messy. So Aiden thinks last night that he's like, you know, really embarrassing us and all of these things like that. It doesn't matter. We don't care. Hold on, what a sec. Is there somebody in here? Yes, Jack's right out here. Jack's right out here. So he goes off about these court docs.
On the terms of which were incorporated, not merged in the final degree. The plaintiff now comes before the court seeking to modify the terms of the contract, which would be improper. Moreover, the relief on the plaintiff's motion for temporary orders in the same relief that he seeks in complaint for modification and attempts to short circuit the process by moving on a motion for temporary orders.
All right, hold on. I have to pee. So you know what that means.
Come and listen to me, baby. I'm gonna talk all night long about everything so boring and maybe even a song. But don't worry, baby, you won't ever want to miss. No matter what I start with, we always come back to this. It doesn't matter where we start, I will take it there. Forget where this was gonna go, I can't help myself. It's always gonna be sex, 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 sex. Even Hans Christian Andersen doesn't stand a chance. Give me his stories and I will give you sex. There's a trial on TV, let's pull it on the screen. I see the judge drop the gavel, but what rules is your vagine. I am a master builder, brick by brick I build them real mean. Everything is awesome, but have I mentioned my special peen? It doesn't matter where we start, I will take it there. Forget where this was gonna go, I can't help myself. It's always gonna be sex, 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 sex. Even Hans Christian Andersen simple, but I can bake. Nature gives me all the yeast. Sounds boring, but don't worry, I'm thinking it's time to eat. Muffins aren't even safe, I can sex those up real good. Draw one with fishnets like you, baby. You know I glaze real good. It doesn't matter where we start, I will take it there. Forget where this was gonna go, I can't help myself. Sex, sex, sex. Even Hans Christian Andersen doesn't stand a chance. Give me his stories and I will give you sex. You wanna talk about smallpox, but my mind is already there. Sex with my neighbor's daughter, this STD we gonna share. It doesn't matter where we start, I will take it there. Forget where this was gonna go, I can't help myself. Sex, sex, sex. Even Hans Christian Andersen doesn't stand a chance. Give me those stories and I will give you sex.
That shit keeps writing itself. Whatever's going on with that guy is it is endless. It is endless. All right, so let's keep going with this a little bit.
It should be noted that the plaintiff moved into the former marital domicile, the home, without the consent or agreement of the defendant.
Alrighty, so we're gonna explain this. I think we touched on it a little bit, but because this guy thinks that he knows exactly what he's doing, we're not gonna let him cook on here. Go give him the views. He needs the money. He's fighting for his life. Peachy Keen wants to do a fundraiser for me, a bun raiser, just to try to raise money for me so that I can like be out here and exist and thrive. Yes, of course. Thank you so much. I would love that. Nobody's run a fundraiser for me. Thanks. Tell me what I can do. So let's explain this. People are walking their dogs. Okay, so here's exactly what happens. In a nutshell, here's what happens. So Jeff and his wife are married. They live together. And Aiden goes into this section right here and he starts talking about the house situation or whatever. And he goes, I gave my house to Julie because that's where the kids are and stuff like that. I know, I looked up your divorce as well. I looked that all up. And that's good for you. Happy for you. This is a little bit of a different situation. So Jeff and his ex-wife are married. They live together. They're in this house. And there's so much other stuff about this, but like they buy a house. My husband never wanted to buy a house. Not that early. My husband's parents owned a house, like a 6-family, and they turned the first floor, instead of 2 apartments, they made it into one big one. And my husband and his wife, while they were engaged or right when they got married, they moved in there. And my husband wanted to just stay there rent free and just live in this apartment in Fall River and get ahead and save a lot of money, run the apartments upstairs or whatever. His ex-wife did not want to do that. She wanted a house. She wanted to get engaged, get married, get pregnant, get a house. Fast track, right? And they were young, very, very young, in their early 20s. My husband looked at it very differently and thought that he would just like, let's just stay here. We're living rent free in an apartment. Yeah, it's Fall River, but whatever. We haven't even had the baby yet. Ex-wife wanted to buy a house way out of their means. 2008, 2007, 2008, 2009, tough time, right? Upside down mortgages and all of these things like that. So anyway, they go and buy this house, which my husband could never afford, which added to their stress. They were only in that house for about 2.5 years, I think. not even 3 years, and they got a divorce. And basically, she left. She moved out of the home and moved in with her parents temporarily. And then the parents bought her a condo like that. So she moved out. The parents had a plan. They bought her a condo. She had no intentions of staying in the home. It was a raised ranch. She had no intentions of staying in the home, didn't want it. And her parents bought her a condo. My husband, she left, was at first advised that he should stay in the house. So whatever the court documents you show, my husband stayed in the house. And I'm not really sure what the plan was originally because it was only just going to be him. But I don't know if maybe his parents were going to like buy it from him or like subsidize the mortgage payments every month, whatever. I don't really know that whole thing. But my husband stayed in the house. After a very short amount of time, my husband realized I'm definitely getting a divorce. I can't see my kid because she pulled all this shit. So he mends things with his family, moves back in with his parents because they say that's the best thing to do. And then they'll just handle the house and the divorce. Okay. So they have a divorce, and in the divorce agreement, which he failed to pull up, or I talk about in the documents he does pull up, and he has the capability to look this stuff up, but he didn't want to show it. All of the things, just like Aiden's divorce, are placed in the divorce agreement, which if you're divorced, it probably looks almost identical. These attorneys in Massachusetts are all doing the same shit. Everything just gets split up and discussed. Well, at the time, what was the plan for the house? The house was under agreement. They were upside down on their mortgage because most people who bought houses in the 28, 29 era were. They had no equity in the property. So the house had no equity. Neither one of them wanted it. So they put the house up on the market. Ironically, now this is all happening well before I ever met my husband. The realtor on the property happened to be somebody that I dated. And I didn't know this until afterwards. Like when I met my husband and we were going through a situation, I looked for the listing agent of the property and found out it was my friend who I had dated. And so I called up and I got a lot of information about it. So the divorce, they want to move. They want the divorce. And in the divorce agreements, which the documents are available, dude, you should have done it all. It says that the house is under agreement and neither one of them they're getting no money from it because the house was upside down on the loan. They just basically agreed that if there were any costs that came after the house got sold, that they would both be responsible for that. Fine, happens all the time. The divorce is finalized. I forgot the words. Any attorneys in the chat will know there's portions of what you can go back and fix on your divorce, and there's things that you can never go back and fix. And I'm not a lawyer, so back at the time, I didn't know this. So anyway, fast forward to several years later, I didn't even know that my husband had this house, right? Didn't even know that he had a house. I had told him about my foreclosure, but like I didn't know about his house or whatever. So the divorce is finalized and the sale of the house falls through. So the house has nobody selling it, nobody buying it. The house is just sitting there. And because neither one of them had paid on the mortgage, neither one of them, the house was now getting even further and further towards being upside down. So when my husband how I found out about it is one day my husband was like, I'm going to go drop off Alex. I'm going to meet her halfway at the old house. I went, what old house? And he goes, the house in Swansea. I go, what do you mean? He goes, the house, it never sold. It's like, and I go, so here's Aiden. I mean, I'm reading the chat. Here's Jeff and I getting ready to get married. And I'm like, you still own this house? And he's like, yeah. And I said, I thought this was like gone. And he's like, no, it never sold. But Jeff also was just like, I don't even know the status of the house. And I was like, okay. So, and Jeff actually hadn't felt really any impacts with his credit. Like everything still seemed like it was fine. I'm going, what is going on with the house? So I start looking into it and I'm like, where are we at? And it just turns out like this divorce agreement said that the house was going to be sold, but it never sold. So there was no provision. Like, what do you do if the house doesn't sell? right? If you have an amicable relationship, maybe you both say, hey, let's go and get a realtor and let's try to sell it and just get rid of it. Again, we aren't going to make any money off of it, but they didn't have a good relationship. So I encouraged Jeff to talk to her about the house. She didn't care about her credit. She didn't care because her parents bought her a condo. She was fine. She was basically willing to destroy her credit because she didn't care to communicate. So this is very early on. Jeff and I had only been together for like less than a year when we start talking to her. And I'm not saying there was a complete breakdown there, but they had a really bad situation that was really messy, accusations and all this stuff. And then they finally kind of settled in and it was okay. They were talking kind of. Things changed when Jeff met me. So now that he is now going to move out of his parents' house, and we start talking about like child's, what do you call it? Like schedules. And I start telling my husband, what, you only have your son for like a couple hours a day here and a couple hours there. And I'm going, why don't you have your kid 50-50? Like, was there a suitability issue? There was never a suitability issue. So, we started just talking about like, this is a terrible schedule. And why do you only have your kid for fucking 3 hours on Christmas? Like but because my husband had been accused of so many things and had to fight and they had to spend tens of thousands of dollars to even get him back and prove he was innocent, my husband always had this underlying fear that it could happen again. So he just took whatever he got and he never advocated for himself. He never was proactive. And it's really just sad. It's like a sad, sad situation. And Aiden doesn't know this. And so anyway, the conversation originally starts happening about the house. So we call the bank, we start talking about it, and there's an option. Jeff can refinance. They were willing to give him a loan modification, take all of the arrears that had accrued since nobody was living in the house, modify and put it at the end of the loan, and then refinance and it just be in Jeff's name, the mortgage just be in Jeff's name. And Bank of America had like this modification program because of like what had happened in 28 and 29. So it was like, it was going to work. And so it would have basically, I mean, ultimately, was it a good investment for us to even get into the house? At the time, it was terrible. Obviously, with the way that housing prices are right now, it would have been extremely lucrative. But at the time, like Ron was telling us, like, I wouldn't do it. Like, you're just going to be, you have no equity in this house, like whatsoever. But either way, so the conversation, verbal conversation between Jeff and Kayla, she was like, I don't really care. I don't want the house. I want nothing to do with it. What do I need to do to get completely off of it? And Jeff was like, well, on the same day where we do the refinancing and they give us the modification, you would have to be present and sign the deed. So there would be like, she has to sign the deed over to him first, to the property that there was no equity on and that they were in the arrears on. They actually owed money on. Jeff was going to assume all of that debt. And then immediately right after that, he was going to sign his loan modification papers and he quit claim deed. Thank you. And he was going to have the property. Okay. I'm sure anybody who is listening, does that all make sense to everybody? What was going to happen there? And she verbally agreed to that. And she was like, it wasn't even that. It was like, I don't fucking care about that house. You want it? Fine. What do I need to do? On this day, would you come to an attorney's office and do this? And she was like, yes. We made a critical error. Critical error. So now things are changing. Now we are moving our family to Swansea. Now, there's a part in here, he gets to it. I don't know where, we're not going to play it. But I actually want to take that off the screen. Can we take that off the screen? So this is just me and the way I was thinking. So now, in order to qualify for the loan modification, you have to live in the property. Now, we were not living in the property because it was in Swansea. And so I would have to move my children to a completely different school district. Which is a big deal because the kind of parent I am, consistency, keeping my children in their school, I had just gone through a separation a year and a half ago, 2 years ago with Jack and George's dad. So we wanted to keep them in Somerset. However, once Jeff's ex-wife said yes to this situation, I felt like, okay, let's do it. I had to take my children out of Somerset schools and I had to move them to Swansea. In order to qualify for the loan modification, it had to be my husband's primary residence. And they would send people by to make sure Jeff was living there. So we moved into his house. He was on the deed. It was his house that he had lived in before the divorce that had been empty for 3 years. So I had to go in and get the house ready. It had been empty. So we move into the house. Now, yes, 100% during that time, we weren't paying a mortgage because there was really no reason to pay the mortgage. They were arrears so much money because nobody had paid it, neither she nor him, for so long. But Bank of America was like, move in, live there, reapply for loan modification, get her to sign the deed, and you can take on this money pit, save your credit, and you can live there. I said, okay, we're going to do it. So I moved to the house. We get in there. I take my kids out of Somerset schools. I move them to Swansea, which was a terrible move for Julia because it was 8th grade, freshman year, 8th grade. But we do it because this is stability. It's better. It's the best thing for everybody. The critical error that we made is at this time, we also thought it would be a good idea to revisit the parenting schedule that my husband had with his ex. It was, I think if I'm correct, it was literally I think it was Tuesday 3 to 6, Thursday 3 to 6, and then Friday at 6 p.m. until Saturday at 6 p.m. One overnight, and then 2 other days of 3 hours each. And my husband would have to drive from Somerset to Warren, Rhode Island. So it takes 20 minutes to get there. He'd get his son at 3 o'clock. And then the last half hour would be in the car driving back. It was a terrible parenting agreement. And when I saw it, I was like, this has to change. And I convinced my husband that we should go back to court and revisit it and revisit everything. Get a week vacation with your son. Get longer times on holidays. Split these holidays in half. There's got to be some equality here. And now that my husband was married, we had a home, we had other children, we could make things more copacetic for the kids. And in retrospect, I never could have predicted what would have happened by going to court to try to get those things. Her attorney was vicious. She fought every single solitary provision that we tried to get. Everyone we tried. So we hired an attorney. Shout out to Don Moyer. He's a veteran. He's phenomenal. He really taught us patience. He taught us to just go slow, take your time. Let's do things right. Again, there was no question of suitability. This was just trying to work out a parent agreement. Now, we put everything on the table, extremely broad. And when the attorney went to go meet with her attorney to try to work things out, basically our attorney, not really understanding who his ex was, he basically was just like, yeah, we're going to ask for all this stuff and then we negotiate and we work it down and we figure it out, right? So if I'm correct, almost none of the things that we were talking about ever got decided before we actually made it in front of the judge. And I think it took us 3 different court appearances before we finally had the main hearing where everything got discussed. Now, those court documents are also available. I have them, and we will go over them. But the day that we eventually went to court was a wonderful day because we had a very fair judge, Judge Asquith, who has since retired. And it was great. I'm going to explain it all in a second. But what happened was the minute my husband said, we want to try to change the schedule, we want a little bit more parenting time, the offer for my husband to go and take the house and for her to just sign over the deed was completely removed from the table. Not only was it completely removed from the table, now we were living in the house. She would not sign off on the deed, and then used that in court to say that my husband and I were facing homelessness and foreclosure in an attempt to try to get the judge to not let my husband gain any extra parenting time. That is public document. I have the audio of it. I also have a transcript of it. Her attorney literally used that in court to try to stop the judge from awarding my husband more parenting time. So while this man is over here thinking that he's got a gotcha moment, that he has it all played out, he knows it all. The reason I never get upset, the reason I don't go off the rails, the reason I don't burn it all down is because there's like that, and then there's like the truth. And so for my husband's honor, we will share that probably tomorrow morning. I will bring up the whole transcript and I will share it. And ultimately what happened is there was a big shift. So we had moved into this house. We were doing everything right. And this was just consistency to try to get everything to go right for our families. And ultimately we won in court, and my husband was allowed all of the things that we asked. Every single thing. So remember I said the broad scope of things that we asked for, the inability to negotiate, and then in court testimony that showed that things were being weaponized. The judge saw that, and the judge recognized it and ultimately awarded my husband everything. Everything that we asked for. We had a copacetic schedule. We had almost 50% parenting time. Listen, Aiden, I don't know Julie. And I'm sure there are a lot of people out there that consider her to be a saint. But let me explain something to you. If you have a son that wants to play a sport and you think that your child should play soccer or baseball, and my husband did. My husband and I were on the same page that kids, when they're little, they should try sports. And if it's for them, it's for them. If it's not, and you want your son to play Little League, which was what my husband wanted to. So he sends an email to his ex-wife and says, I'd like to sign Alex up for Little League. And she says, well, if any of his games or his practices are on my parenting time, I'm not taking him. And my husband says, but it's for him. And the ex-wife says, not on my parenting time. I don't want him to do that. And I don't want to give up my parenting time to do what you want to do. And my husband is like, well, yes, I want him to play sports, but like, it's also for him. What do you do in that scenario, right? You have no choice. You got to go to court. You got to go in front of a judge. And so you think with reasoning, Aiden, that like a woman would allow your son to play sports, and parenting time doesn't matter. What matters is the child, right? So your daughter's cheer, right? So I hope you never did that. I hope you never said, well, you want her to cheer, but I'm not going to do it, right? I'm just going to say, like, you probably would say, okay, like my parenting schedule is this, but like it's cheer night. So she's going to, whatever, you know. My husband wasn't so lucky. His ex-wife would not let this child sign up for sports because it infringed on her parenting time. So as you'll see in the transcript, my husband had to go and ask a judge to make a ruling on this. And ultimately, the judge 100% agreed and levied upon her in embarrassing statements in court where he's like, you will bring that child to his practice. You will bring the child to those games. And if you don't and you can't, he will. But the child is going to go to sports, and you're going to let the child, even if it's on your parenting time. She fought that. She said no. So my husband had to go to court and fight for that. And I think after you read the transcript of this court session where it was that same kind of of stuff that happened, you get it. You get it. And Aiden is very lucky that Julie isn't like this. Okay. And it's terrible. And I never had experience with it. And why it was so difficult for me is because I already was co-parenting with 2 baby daddies. And I was like, hey, Ron, Julia's got softball today. Can you take her and we just fucking talk it out. Did I at times fucking hate Ron and what he was? Sure. But we just fucking did it. Jason, Georgia has soccer today. Can you pick her up from? We just did it. We didn't need court orders telling us to do it. We just did it. And it's wonderful, I think, for the most part, that people can do it. Occasionally, there's a person out there that doesn't want to do that. We faced that. It's a lot of that shit. But can you imagine you, Aiden, going through these court documents and never getting to the truth of it, which is the house situation? She fought us on it after telling us, yes, we move our whole family there. We move our children to Swansea. And it's not grifting. It's about protecting the asset. It's about protecting credit. It's about stability and housing and all of those things. There's no grift happening here. It was his home. And then for her to take that away from us, weaponize it in court to try to stop my husband from getting more parenting time. And you will see it in the transcript. You will see what the judge says when he tells her, the child is not a piece of property. Stop acting like it. You will see when her attorney says, I wouldn't award them any more parenting time. They're going to be homeless. They're in a house of foreclosure. And he's going to tell you that there's a chance to get a modification, but that is off the table. They know that because she wasn't going to do it. And you know what the judge says? If and when you move, please let your ex-wife's attorney know. The judge knew all about it. The judge could see right through it. So this, what I believe, unfortunately, is very common. Messy divorces happen all the time. And that's that. Now, we went all over those documents. Now, after this happened, we had a wonderful span of many years where we enjoyed the fruits of our labor with these court proceedings. We enjoyed a cohesive schedule. We enjoyed 2 vacations a year. We enjoyed shared holidays. And we shared a lot of wonderful family time. Blended families are always hard. I'm sure if you've had to blend families, siblings and things or whatever, blah, 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 blah. Unfortunately, in the background, my husband's ex-wife was never happy and satisfied with what happened. Because there are very private matters that relate to why my husband and his son stopped being able to see each other, we cannot discuss it. The internet lives forever. And to this day, I have not talked about it, and we will not be talking about it. The only thing I can say is I will have to ask people who follow me and support me to just trust that this is something that we just cannot discuss. We cannot talk about what happened. We can't talk about details of the estrangement. Alex doesn't deserve that. He's a great kid. My husband doesn't deserve it. And we cannot discuss it. And unfortunately, it's just going to have to live that way. So out of respect for these kids, we can't discuss it. I don't agree with a lot of things that happened. I think there's some things that you just can't do it. And by the way, I'll memorialize this here because I think that it's important. While I completely have a different type of co-parenting and separation with my exes, Jeff's ex choose to do these things. That is still my son's mother, my husband's son's mother. And I'm not going to disrespect her. I disagree with I'm discussing things that are public court documents here. I'm not going to discuss it because one day Alex may see, hear, or whatever. And, I'm not going to memorialize like my thoughts about all of this. It was unfortunate. We made some mistakes. We definitely weren't perfect in it. We could have done things very differently. Things that I thought were really important 10 years ago don't seem to be that important right now. And, it is what it is. It's unfortunate. I'm always hoping that there is going to be reunification. I always hope that Yeah, I don't know. You know, my husband is not perfect, but he was a wonderful dad to his son for many years, despite the odds. And he's a wonderful stepdad to Jack and Georgia and Julia. Having grown up with a abusive stepfather, and all of the things that my stepfather did to me, to see what kind of a stepfather Jeff is to my kids. I hope Julie marries somebody like Jeff and treats your children so well. Because I don't think you would want Julie to marry somebody like you. I don't think you would want Julie to have a new husband and a step parent to your children like you. Julie would be lucky to have somebody like my husband who adores her, loves her, respects her, worships her, tells her she's hot, and then treats her kids, your kids, the way my husband treats my kids. We went out on Saturday night. I want to show you guys. We went out on Saturday night, and we hadn't seen Julia and Aiden for a while, and to watch Julia be walking behind me and Jeff go over to her and go, "Hi, Jules," and give her a hug and a kiss and shake Aiden's hand. Top tier. Top tier. I don't know where it was the other day. Jeff went to go pick up Georgia from work, and they pulled into the driveway, and I was like, it was taking them a while, and they were listening to music in the car. And then they came into the house, and the conversation continued, and they were in the kitchen, and then Jack came down, and I was in the family room, and I was just sitting on the couch. Like, I was pretending to be on my phone, but I was listening to my husband and my daughter and my son talk about music and like laugh and talk or whatever. That's rich, bitch. That's rich. So anyway, anything else here? We gotta go. You got it all wrong, dude. You're not even a good investigative journalist. By the way, these documents here, remember when I said I didn't really know that they were parts of a divorce that you couldn't revisit? We didn't use an attorney for this. We just thought we would try. We went back in front of a judge and we explained this whole situation about what was happening. And the judge was just like, listen, so let's go through this, Aiden, because you didn't do your investigative journalism. So we tried to go in front of a judge. I was an idiot. And I said, let's go ask the judge if he can basically go back to this divorce and say, well, you have a divorce. It's all legally done and binding. But what was written in the divorce agreement never happened. The house never sold. So my husband went in front of the judge and made a case for it. She came with her attorney and was like, this is a binding agreement. You can't go back on this, blah, 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 blah. We want attorney's fees. The judge basically was like, he understood. The judge understood the assignment. He basically heard the testimony about her backing out of the deal, about what she was doing with the custody situation. This is a different judge. This is like a this is a probate judge in Massachusetts. The judge basically got it. And he's like, listen, man, I can't do anything about this because you're divorced with the property. We can't revisit that. But he didn't award them attorney's fees. We didn't have to pay her attorney's fees. Basically saying like, sorry, you had to come here. We can't do anything. You people are losers and we're not making him pay your attorney's fees. So you didn't even do the journalisms. Well, she left the home. She left the home. She didn't want the home. Her parents bought her a condo. I understand you have a narrative to push here. I understand all of this. I get what you need to do. You have to do this. This is the next step, is to, you had your minions try to take me out. They did a whole month of fucking dragging me on the internet. You brought in Jolene. You do all of this shit. You hope it's enough. It should be enough. Baker even said, this is enough. I didn't go anywhere. I just kept going. Wake up every day, keep going, figure it out. And now this is the next step. We're going to publicly shame them with things that every single person goes through. And you don't even do it all right. and you try. It's not. Go ahead. Yeah, you did. You did. Because Julie wanted to live there, right? She wanted to stay. The kids wanted their home and she wanted to stay there, right? This is an opportunity for him to make it out like he is better than my husband, right? Without the knowledge about why Kayla left the home, why she didn't want to stay in the property, all of those things, without any of the real truth and knowledge. He is using these documents of my husband wanting to stay in the house, not understanding that she left and didn't want it, to make sure his audience who was watching thought, wait, what? You stayed in the house? You're the better man. You're the better man. I have something I want to say about that, but we can't say it. But I'm going to close my eyes and I'm going to think it. How about how we do lip read? Want to do lip read? Okay. Until the divorce, you fucking moron. You're stupid. You're actually so dumb. You're so dumb. The way that how can you do this? You've been doing this what the fuck are you doing? What's wrong with you? Are you so stupid? What are you doing? Until the divorce. This is temporary. Until the divorce. What is wrong with you? Yeah, keep going. Correct. Why don't you have 50-50 custody of your kids? Why don't you have 50-50 custody of your kids? Why more often do they sleep with Julie and not you? I'm asking you that question. Why don't you have 50-50 custody of your kids? Why do they always sleep at Julie's and only sometimes at your house? What's the reason for that? Suitability isn't an issue. You've been deemed in a court to be a suitable parent, so you have a custody arrangement. Why isn't it 50-50 custody? Why don't you have your children half the time? I'm just asking you, what's the reason for that? Why don't you have 50-50 custody? Why aren't the children at your house like 3 nights in a row with you, 4 nights with your children, then 4 nights with you and 3 nights with children? You don't have a full-time job. You don't have to leave the house every day where you have to worry about parenting, like babysitters and things like that. But if you had to, you could pay somebody to do it. Why don't you have half custody? Why is it, Aiden, that your children mostly stay there? Why not? Well, first of all, if you did 50-50 custody, right? And you have the child half the time and she has the child half the time, technically, you guys wouldn't share any expenses. You wouldn't pay any child support to her. It's advantageous for you financially to do 50-50 custody. Oh. I'm an idiot. Sorry. Hold on. Sorry.
This is a situation where she's got the kid. He got the home. He wants her to pay for the home that she doesn't live in, that the kid doesn't live in. Oh, okay. The defendant be ordered to maintain payment of the family health insurance. Keep paying for that.
Why can't I share this? Oh, I know why. Still can't share it. Forget it. I'll just read it to you. This is Aiden's divorce agreement. Exhibit B, medical insurance. Julianne has medical insurance available through employment. Julianne shall continue to maintain the current or comparable coverage for herself and the children until the children's emancipation as defined herein, and for Aiden, for so long as he remains eligible for coverage at no additional cost. Julianne shall pay the employee's share of premiums. The parties shall promptly notify one another of any event that would render Aiden ineligible for coverage on Julianne's family plan of insurance. In the event that there is a cost to cover Aiden over and above the cost to Julianne to cover herself and the children, Aiden shall reimburse Julianne's portion of the cost attributable solely to his coverage, no less than monthly. So this weirdo is literally talking about my husband and his divorce agreement having to, what? We don't look good. We have to fix some things. Hold on. Let's do this. Does Julie still pay your health insurance? Does Julie still pay your health insurance? I'm just wondering. So you're still on Julie's health insurance. Got it. So for my husband stayed on his ex-wife's health insurance as asked for here until he got married. So as soon as he got married, he could no longer be eligible to be on. But you are on your ex-wife's health insurance. You make $25,000 a month on YouTube. Why don't you have your own like Cobra plan? Why is Julie carrying your health insurance?
This is all he wants from his ex-wife, that the defendant be ordered to pay 1/2 of all reasonable uninsured medical, dental.
Your agreement says exactly those words.
Optical, hospital, prescription, pharmaceutical, and orthodontic expenses for the minor child. That each party be ordered to maintain. And
this is all the same stuff as this is Jeff's original ask, but this is yours. Same thing.
Pay for any and all life insurance upon their respective lives, whether paid for by them or provided by an employer, and that each party be named as beneficiary. Okay. That the plaintiff be granted. Each party be named as so he wants to be the beneficiary of her life insurance policy?
Yes. So if she passed away, you fucking idiot, he would be the beneficiary as she was not married at the time, so that he would have complete sole custody of the child, that it could be used to benefit the child, vice versa. Vice versa, pal. It's how it works.
That the plaintiff be
Why are you laughing about that? What's wrong with you?
granted sole and exclusive use and control of the 2008 Hyundai Tucson automobile. He wants the Hyundai.
They had two cars, and he got the Hyundai and she got the other car. This is what he asked for, not the final divorce agreement. Why are you laughing about this? Why are you laughing like this? Look at your fucking face. What are you doing? Why are you acting like this? Why does this bring you like pleasure and joy? Like, cock. Why is this something that you think is funny? What's wrong with the Hyundai? What's wrong with him saying, I'm going to take this car, you take that car?
The same. They love Hyundais. Nothing against Hyundais.
I'm going to show you the car that I'm going to be buying because we're training in the Jeep.
But that's the same car that she got repoed.
Oh, it's not.
Wasn't a Tucson. It was a
Sonata.
sedan that she had.
Sonata, yeah.
That the defense.
This car got paid off. So this car was paid off and then it got hit and it got totaled. But the way that you're laughing about this kind of stuff is absolutely insane.
Be restrained from transferring, encumbering, disposing of, or in any way alienating any asset standing in her name. All right. For other such and further relief as the court shall deem fit.
All right.
That's all. He's just asking for that shit. So that's
just like your divorce. This is what he was asking for, but this is just basic shit.
That's Jeffica. So let's keep that in mind during their little rant here. Okay. Let's see what else, Jeffica. Yeah. You will never, ever lay a finger on me, ever. That is one thing I will guarantee you will do. You saw it with Jay Bro, right? None of these people, I say whatever I want on the internet and I show up and you know what you do in person? Nothing. If I saw you in person, you know what you do, Jeffica? Nothing. You wouldn't lay a finger on me. I will.
How do you know? How do you know that? You don't even understand basic court documents and divorce documents. What do you know about my husband? What do you know? Now, granted, my husband is 43 years old and he has gone through his whole life and has never, ever been arrested. He's never been charged with hitting anybody. He's never gone to jail. He has no criminal record whatsoever. Granted, statistically, it is on his side that my husband would do nothing. Let me tell you a story about something that happened. So one night, I don't know how long ago this was. It's definitely like, my husband and I were only together for a year, maybe. So maybe 13 years ago or so. I don't know if we were married, but we went out with a bunch of people and we were going to a couple bars around, and my husband was actually not drinking that night. He was sober because my husband and I had just started dating, and I learned very quickly my husband doesn't drink hard alcohol, like clear alcohol. Yes, sir.
Wow.
Hi.
Can you hurry up?
I'm almost done.
You fucking do this shit all day, bro. Get off. Get off.
Okay.
We gotta go look at cars.
I'm gonna finish.
Chat,
You're gonna,
if any of you
don't
have,
say chat.
have an old car or like a new car or any car that you want to sell for like
We're buying a car from a
$2,000
dealership.
bucks,
We're going to a dealership.
you should give it
buy
to me.
Okay, get
and
out.
it has to have like less than 100,000 miles.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
It has to be fully operational.
Yep.
Just send it to me. I won't even pay you. Just send it
Okay.
here.
I have to go to the bathroom.
Okay, and
Hold on.
you can't start a bathroom break like right before you end.
Here, you can go sit and talk.
No, I don't want to.
All right, I'll be right back. Hold on. I have to pee.
You said 12, bro. Oh boy.
All right, Jack, 15 minutes. I'm almost on schedule. Okay. Oh, I didn't realize could you guys hear me? All right. Anyway. All right. So, anyway, you get the point. Go give this guy some views. He needs them.
Because you and your wife here, all you do is say your kids' names on your show constantly.
Yes, we can. We can. Because it's our kids. But you do too. But I would never go after your kids. I would never say what I want to say. Now, am I writing a new song? Yes, I am. Is the name of the song Mommy Where's Daddy? Yes, it is.
And make them part of the brand in the content.
Wherever in his fucking room.
Okay. I don't know if anybody has like explain this to him. My son's 20. He picks and chooses of what portion of my job he is a part of. My youngest child is my youngest child is 16 and a half. She's going to be 17 years old. She's senior. And my other daughter's 25. These aren't like little kids like yours. Okay. I lived a whole life of parenting, being a mom full-time, prioritizing family life, being in the kitchen, making sandwiches. I've lived a whole life with pride and parenting as like my priority. What I'm doing now, slumming it like you here sometimes. Sure. Yes.
From fucking where? Who the fuck knows?
Who the fuck
And
knows?
he's able to say these things. You wouldn't say these things to people in public because
do it all
the
the
kind
time.
of reaction you get would not fucking be a pleasant one.
Oh,
Let me rephrase. If he said that to my face,
Yeah.
I would fucking knock him out. And I don't
Oh,
fucking care.
oh,
You don't have the right to talk about me.
oh, I do. Oh,
He does.
I do.
He does. He does have the right, but I believe Jeff. If Aiden confronted my husband in public and wanted to say, hey, at least I see my kids, I'm taking that bet on what's going to happen. I'm taking the bet. I think at this point in my husband's life, he would do it. He'd let you charge him, and I think he'd take the charge. And I would hope that he would get in front of a judge that hates you, Aiden, because you said it yourself, judges hate you. I would hope he would get in front of a judge that hates you and just give him like a little quick dismissal and send him on his way. Just like me, having a story on your website was always a badge of honor. Think about what would happen to our brand if you got in my husband's. This is hypothetical. Everybody relax. But think about what would happen to our brand if you talk shit about my husband not seeing his son and my husband punched you in the fucking face. Would that be a more lucrative brand than what you do? Somebody fucking punching you in the face. My husband has gone on record here and said that if you confront him in public and you say something about his son, he is going to punch you. I have a question. Has anybody punched this guy yet? Because he's acting like he hasn't gotten punched. Has somebody ever punched him?
Don't have the right to talk about you. Yes, I do, sir.
Jack. Jack, were you just talking? Huh? What? Jeff's here? Jeff? Who is that? Oh, okay. All right, I'm just finishing my show.
Yes, I do.
All right, it was a little chaotic here for a
You'll
minute.
do nothing. I'll say whatever I want about you whenever I want about you. You will sit there and do nothing like a good dog.
Yeah. So, like, he doesn't know the court documents. He doesn't know my husband. That's not what would happen. That is not what happened. I know you want to say that that's what happened, but that is not what's going to happen. That would never happen. Now, my husband's not going to go out of his way to find you. My husband's just going to continue to live his life. But you are the one that is making statements here, right? To what my husband was saying, like, you're an armchair warrior. You do everything you do behind the screen. Yes, you go up to people out in public places and you try to shame them, embarrass them, and you get, whatever, all of the things that you do. It's great. You confront people or whatever. But like this, my husband has not done anything to you. Whatever. Is this like what you're going, you're going to go all in on this? You're going to go all in on this? My husband is like 6'1". He's like a giant. He's twice your size. He's been in the army. Like, if you are going to go all in on this theory, Aiden, from behind a computer screen while you're holding a microphone, and you're going to say, no, he won't say anything, he won't do anything, that is a crazy fucking take. Crazy. And I think there's a ton of people that would like to test that fucking theory.
That's what you're going to do. You're a good dog, Jeff. You're not a bad dog. You bark a lot, but you don't bite, do you? No, because you're not that tough. Your tough guy act is fake. But go ahead.
No,
But you have the right to react.
Why? I don't like go out of my way to bring up his fucking personal situations.
Correct.
Like, leave my fucking name out of your mouth.
Nah.
No.
Nah. Tell your wife cannot take my name out of her mouth. So now it's maybe your time to put your hoe on a leash then. I told Jessica to put her hoe on a leash. Maybe you guys need dueling leashes. I don't know. But you entered the chat and entered the arena and ran your cock kisser about me. And so I'm doing the same. The turtle boy.
That's not true. You mentioned my husband and his son first. I told him about it, and then he reacted to it. Stop lying. Stop lying. Stop it. I know the song upset you. I know those subtle digs at you in that song really fucking got you. And I know what's really getting you is that it's a goddamn earworm and people can't stop singing it. I know that is upsetting to you. I know that everything we're watching here is a crash out in real time because I fucking went and wrote a goddamn banger.
They call me Old Money Aiden, right after they call my docket. Chains around my hands by Gucci, they shine bright when they lock it. Paid for that new car in cash, baby, the prettiest red you've ever seen. Where did the money come from? On the back of Karen Reed. I'm fighting for my life. All I want is all your cash. I hate you, but I need you. Every one of you are trash. Look at my expensive website that crashes each time you click. Get rich and pay, you can't avoid the ads. Sorry, pores can suck my dick. Don't ask me where your money goes. You will never ever know. Violating bail at D&E Pizza. Back to court I go. I'm fighting for my life. All I want is all your cash. I hate you, but I need you. Every one of you are trash. I don't care what your name is, girl. You make 10K a month, let me see. Let's give this turtle chat a whirl. Fake abortions, they ain't free. You see, I'm old money right here. Look at this fancy camera and sound. The production is so top tier. Just wait a sec while I fix it now. I'm fighting for my life. All I want is all your cash.
Leah Genduso loves it. Obviously, not a big Jess Machado fan, but her new Poor song is a banger. Thank you, Queen. Thank you. I was just thinking about something. Miss Peachy Keen said she wants to start a fundraiser for me. She wants to start a 10K fundraiser for me. Let's start a 10K fundraiser for my husband's legal fees. So that when he sees Aiden in public and Aiden does what he says he's going to do, which is I'm going to run my mouth, that my husband can with ease knock him the fuck out and then have an attorney to take care of it. It's called the Meowser Defense Fund. And then we'll do what Aiden does. We'll use the money for something else completely different. We won't, Mima, we don't need to live here anymore. We raised money for our legal defense fund, but we've got enough money. We're going to go buy a house. We're going to go live there. We'll go out on vacations. Fuck it. We're going back to Pensacola. Fuck it. All right, besties. It's been 4 hours. Listen, I'm fighting for my life force. Next show tune is Mommy, where's Daddy? Norfolk County House of Correction. It's got a good ring to it. What rhymes with House of Correction? Leave me alone. You motherfucker, leave me alone. I wasn't doing anything to you. I'm going to continue to go and fucking make fun of Baker. If anything, let's keep doing that, because back then when this whole thing started, I only had a couple examples of him being a creep. Since then, this man has given us endless examples of him being an absolute creep. I want to keep talking about that. Don't worry, Baker. Don't worry, Bake. Don't worry. We're still going to be able to talk about you. This is just a momentary side quest that we've got going on. We've got to go and get a whole new channel going. We've got to start a whole new show. What did we name it again? What's the name of it? What was the name of it? Aiden what? What did we say it was going to be? Shit. Think about all of the people that would just watch me if I just talked about Aiden. You asked for it. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. Because there's so many people that don't like you, but they just don't ever say it. They just watch. A Turtle Boy translation. Turtle Boy translator. Perfect. Yes. Like there's going to be so many people that would watch it because they don't like you. And they don't want to ever say it, because look what happens. That lady said one thing about you last night. She thanked me, by the way, for not playing it. And you go and fucking shit. They don't want to be dragged into this bullshit. Some people don't have skin as thick as I do. So you know what I mean? Look at this mess today. Oh, look, this is Pensacola Beach Resort, and it's where I went on vacations. I just wanted to be able to do my own thing. I want to be able to say what I want about people. I wanted to be able to remember that whole situation we had over there where we talked about it. Will could do it. Why couldn't Jess Machado do it? For whatever reason, people didn't want. I don't know. Stupid. Anyway, I know, like, I got so many messages last night from people. Oh my God. Like, and I was like, I am fine. Like, if I wasn't fine, you would know it. There would be signs. Okay. Like the day Kayla Churchill pushed out that video all over Facebook, I was down bad. I was in my room. I was crying. I was hurt. I was upset. How do I overcome this public shaming? My former friend, Aiden Carney, who I did so many things for, including raised $10,000 in an hour, gave up my seat in the courtroom, protected him, lied for him, did his bidding, never told people all of the things I know about him. That person went last night and started bringing up court documents for my husband's very bad, bitter divorce. And it didn't even bother me in the slightest, like in the slightest. I am going to approach it the same way I've been approaching everything over the past like month and a half, with comedy, relaxed, try to be as honest as I can, work through it publicly because this is where it's happening, and that's it. And continue to wake up every day, try and do the best that I can. That's it. I wouldn't say that I admired him. I would say that well, it's interesting, but the Sandpiper Films documentary spoke a lot about this, whether this makes the cut or whether it's on the cutting room floor will remain to be seen. But they asked me a lot of questions about why I befriended him, continued to work with him after he had done that article about me that caused me to be so upset. I think there's a lot of it. I always talk about like a couple of things. Like one part of it was like, it made me feel like I was a better person than him. And that's very important to feel against someone who like provided you with a trauma experience, right? So like he hurt me. It was unprovoked. I didn't deserve it. It caused me to have like some real bad feelings for a small amount of time. It ruined my reputation locally. So it was important for me to feel like I was a better person than him. So by forgiving him and working alongside of him, and then ultimately supporting him and talking to him and befriending him and all of those things. But the initial part of it was I possessed forgiveness for him. And that elevated me. That made me feel like, yes, he made the bad decisions to talk about me and ruin my reputation and do all this stuff, but I'm better than him because I forgave him, right? So that was an important part of like my healing process from this guy writing a goddamn fucking story about me. Like, you know, like maybe what I'll do is I'll go through all of his old blogs and find all of the people that he wrote about. And then I'll reach out to those people and I'll ask them if they want to talk about their experience. What was life like when you were publicly shamed and embarrassed by Aiden Carney? And we'll do it on the Turtle Boy Translator. If you were someone who Aiden wrote a story about, and even, I don't care. I don't even care if you're ratchet. I don't care. If you were selling your food stamps to people and now your life is different and you changed and your life is better now and you're working full time, or you got married and you have a home, if your circumstances are different than when he exploited you for money, call me. Come on my show. Let's talk about it. Tell me all about your experience. Tell me how you're doing now. If it wasn't like that and it wasn't really ratchet, but he wrote a story about you and it was bad and it hurt you, do you want to tell your side? Do you want to talk about what it felt like when your name was all over the internet? Do you want to talk about what life was like for you if your kids found out about it? Do you want to share the ramifications of his work and how it impacted you? Call me. Let's talk about it. Is your life better today than when Aiden wrote about you? Did you deserve it back then, but your life is different now? Let's talk about it. I'd be happy to platform you. I'd be happy to talk to you about it. Let's go through every fucking victim of your pen and give them an opportunity on this side to talk about their life. All the people you wrote about that went to jail, you were in jail. You were in jail. You want to tell, I mean, your attorney told you not to go to Lindsay's. Maybe you just could have not gone to Lindsay's. Maybe you could have taken your attorney's advice. Let's go back and get all of these old stories where I'm in the ratchet graveyard, and let's go get them all. Let's go pull these stories up and find these people and let's ask them, is your life better or worse? I'm sure many people are in the same position. I'm sure maybe some of them are worse. I don't know. Let's go see. I mean, how far back can we go? I mean, we'd have to go all the way back to like 2021, 2022, 2023. Look at these fucking ads. Get out of here. Jesus. Like, oh, this is a mess. I usually just see this on my phone. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? I was joking about it, but is it really this bad? Holy shit. This is what $25,000 a month gets you. This is what this looks like. What the fuck are we? Is there a way to find these all backwards? How do you find? I can't even do this. It's just, oh my God. What the fuck? I can't. We gotta go. I can't do it. Jesus Christ. Stop sharing. All right. Anyway, thanks for joining me. Thanks for sticking with me. Thanks for letting me go on a little bit of a rant today. It's not normally my style to play somebody's shows. I've done it twice now. I did Baker's and I did Aiden's, but I'm wondering if I was so against this because I thought it was like cheap content and cheap views. Is there actually should we be doing this? Is this good to do it this way? I don't know. I kind of like it. I'm not really sure. Anyway, we're doing the best that we can. Unprovoked, by the way. I mean, I did not say a word about this man. This is his choice. He chose to do this. I wish he would stop. It's okay. White flag whenever you're ready, pal. It's all right. You can do it. Am I missing anything else? How's everything go? Oh, I should have mentioned. There's a crazy situation that's happening where like all of like my scraps are all meeting together and they're all doing shows together, and like 7 content creators on one show, and there was like 147 views. If shout out to J7 and Kane, who had a great show last night. They were very funny. Kane is in a great mood. It really does change the vibe when Kane's not angry. But Kane seemed like he was in a great mood, came back from vacations, and everything was just like, it was really great. And there's a bunch of other shows that are really just kind of starting to spread their wings. I'm kind of like, it's a good time to be out here in these YouTube streets. I'm going to go look at a car with Sweetles. We're going to do another show this week at night. I haven't been on nights for a long time. And so the reason I haven't been doing more, although I feel now it's time, and I'll tell you why in a second, is because everybody else is out here. J7 is out here in these streets. Dirty Water Diva, she has a tendency to do a little bit earlier. Moonsy's got a show. Jill, I've been seeing your comments. You changed your name. It's not Oceans Behave anymore. I've been seeing your comments about me, and I'm unbelievably disappointed in you. It's very, very sad to see you act and say the things that you're saying about me. It's very sad. They will never embrace you. So anyway, I'm trying to like kind of squeeze in here and there. I'd like to do another show during the week. And the reason for that is I took vacations. Okay. I took vacations and I was away, and shout out to Moonsy, who kind of kept it all going, and to Maggie Winterton. I don't know if Maggie's still here. They all kind of just like kept it going. But I got to hustle. I got to make up my numbers, so that we can, maintain stability. And so currently Oceans is her new name, or Oceans for now, or something. Sure. So I hustled last week. I did all the extra shows. I'm still liking to do that. I'm feeling better. I'm finally over my cold. I'm over my lupus stuff. Now we're here. It's you, me, and the dance floor, baby. So let's talk a lot this week. What? Like it's hard? What?
listen to me, baby. I'm gonna talk all night long about everything so boring, and maybe even a song. But don't worry, baby, you won't ever want to miss. No matter what I start with, we always come back to this. It doesn't matter where we start, I will take it there. Forget where this was gonna go, I can't help myself. It's always gonna be sex, 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 sex. Even Hans Christian Andersen doesn't stand a chance. Give me his stories and I will give you sex. There's a trial on TV, let's pull it on the screen. I see the judge drop the gavel, but what rules is your vagine. I am a master builder, brick by brick I build 'em real mean. Everything is awesome, but have I mentioned my specialty? It doesn't matter where we start, I will take it there. Forget where this was gonna go, I can't help myself. It's always gonna be sex, 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 sex. Even Hans Christian Andersen doesn't stand a chance. Give me his stories and I will give you sex. Bread is simple, but I can bake. Nature gives me all the yeast. Sounds boring, but don't worry, I'm thinking it's time to eat. Muffins aren't even safe, I can sex those up real good. Draw one with fishnets like you, baby. You know I glaze real good. It doesn't matter where we start, I will take it there. Forget where this was gonna go, I can't help myself. Sex, 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 sex. Even Hans Christian Andersen doesn't stand a chance. Give me his stories and I will give you sex. You wanna talk about smallpox, but my mind is already there. Sex with my neighbor's daughter, this STD we gonna share. It doesn't matter where we start, I will take it there. Forget where this was gonna go, I can't help myself. Sex, 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 sex. Even Hans Christian Andersen doesn't stand a chance. Give me those stories and I will give you sex.